Okay, I think that's all good. We are set up for stream. I still don't know where my orange fabric is, but other than that, I think we're good. Hello! I hope you're having a good day. Today we're going to be basically doing a lot of bits and bobs because we're actually quite near the end of the cosplay. I mentioned this yesterday, but we don't actually have a lot more to do left for Pumpkaboo. So we're going to be doing some more fluff because we need to do that for the top part of the hood. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but this is a lot of the stuff that I've cut as of last night and a little bit this morning. A couple of these pieces are more of the specific pieces for the ears, so I've got 2 pieces for each ear, so 4 pieces overall. A couple of these pieces still pinned to the foam as well, so you can kind of see how they'll look like that. And then we'll style the foam so it's more pointy upwards, like that. Kind of like how the tufts are on Pumpkaboo. And then we also have, if I'll show you the inside first, but then on the outside, we will need to style this so that this goes in a twirl. But the twirly bits. Oh, Apisa, sorry so much. Oh, and Beautiful, sorry, we don't have links. Apologies, only VIPs and mods can post links. Apologies. But yep, we have these. The inside is going to be foam. We are going to put a wire on the inside of these pieces just because they need to stand basically straight upright and they're not going to have as much stitch part to go into them. So we're going to put a wire that runs around the outside that then I can attach to the headband that goes on the inside of the hood. So yeah, we'll do those, glue it all in. I've got a little bit of extra fur around the outside that makes my life a bit easier. The music is way too loud on my end. Hopefully it's okay on yours. Oh, that's a bit better. There we go. I think it's okay. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, then the rest of these are just the regular sort of pieces that we've been making. Just a lot more of them because, again, that's why I'm not sure this is going to be enough because we got through so many yesterday. I'm just a bit like, it'll make a dent in it, but I might need to make a few more to finish it off. And if I do, I do. We'll see. And then the other thing we need to do is make the 2 little wrist cuffs. I don't know how long exactly that's going to take. They're both quite simple. We make them in the same way as the shorts. They'll have a little cuff on each side. I mean, in my case, I can make my hands quite small, so I don't necessarily have to put any elastic into them. Most people, I think, would make them elasticated. I don't know necessarily that I will, just because I can slide most things quite easily on and off my wrists. Ellie, hi, how you doing? Eliza, Ellie, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. I'm just talking through the fur that I've cut. Some of them have colours in it now because of the foam. The foam that I do have some plain black, really thin foam. I was just kind of not wanting to use it because you're not going to see any of this anyway. And I was like, since you're not going to see any of it, maybe I'll use the really colourful stuff. So yeah, we've used the really colourful foam. So those are going to be the 2 ears and the little tuft on top. And yeah, this is planned. I'm just taking a little slow at the beginning though, because as soon as I start working with the fur, it's going to get in my tea, and then I'm going to be spending half the stream fishing the fur at my tea, and that's fine, but yeah. Emmys, hi, how are you doing? You burned your hand, so I'm home. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you, it's very kind of you. I hope that your hand heals soon. Jesus, that's not great. Wait, they sent you home for a burned hand? I hope that you're doing okay, because that must have been quite bad for them to send you home. Ooh. I hope it gets better soon. Oh dear, that's insane. My name is Eliza. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't. There's no background. I see Ellie, and I think later in the name there's a Z, so I was just like, Eliza. That's just me being the person that I am and smooshing down names. I'm so sorry. I'm not good at reading. There's no secretive here. I'm just bad. Bad at reading. Right, I'm probably gonna start with, if I switch up my cameras. I'm going to do these ones first, which are the ears and this one. So I'm going to take these pieces to one side, separate them off. It should be larger, so a little easier to spot. I say as I have lost one of them. Where'd it go? No, there should be one other piece. I've got... Oh no. Where is it? There should be one very obvious piece here that's not like the others. Oh, this is when you work with all different same colour fabric. Amy visit last night, have antibiotics and a bandage. Work won't be resting. Oh no! I'm glad that you've had some sort of treatment for it, so at the very least it can get better as fast as possible, but oh god, that sounds bad. Fingers crossed it gets better as soon as possible. I mean, I guess at least if you've had antibiotics, it shouldn't get any worse. Burns horrible though. It's just a very much a unique type of pain. God, where it be? I've not knocked it anywhere, have I? No. Oh wait, is that it there? Yes! Got it, okay. All of these then, we're just gonna go to one side here, because these are all different. And I would like to work specifically with these ones first. So, what we have here are like the ears and such. And I want to work with the ears and such first. Think of Hamilton and go to Eliza. I've not seen Hamilton, so I won't get the reference, but I've heard that it's good. Also, Jelly, is there any chance you could share in the Discord some online shops you might use for fabric? I could definitely give it a go. I don't often buy fabric online, so I'm not going to be the best for it, but if I was, I could kind of share. It's really tricky buying fabric online, like really, yeah. Really difficult. Fabric shops that I like more are ones like Coscraft, where for me, because it's a UK based store, it's better for me. It's not going to be better for everyone because of course we have people from all over the world, but that is a better store for me. And also because, you know, there's also they do samples and there's a good variety of fabric and the prices are not extortionate. So I like that, but also a lot of people will like Fabricland and stuff like that. I feel like when it comes to buying fabric, it's always so much better when you can go in and see the fabric yourself, which is why during lockdown I just haven't really bought any fabric. It was an oil burn, so very nasty, but I'm excited for Halloween. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Please feel better soon. Your hand. Sapphire Link's eyes on the title and I was like, Nani, what is happening here? Well, in fact, we are becoming a Pumpkaboo. I don't even know if it's specifically for Halloween or just because we keep making not pumpkin costumes, Pokemon costumes. We don't keep making pumpkin costumes. We do keep making Pokemon costumes. But here we are. Hush, a good day! I hope you're having a lovely day. The States have regular places like Hobby Lobby, Joann's, Michael's. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm not probably going to know very well how to recommend stores for people in other countries because we don't have Joann's and Hobby Lobby and Michael's. Hobbycraft, they do good fat quarters online. They don't do fabric by the meter very well online. So, and you know, if you're someone who does stuff with craft fabrics more, like patchwork, often fat quarters will be all you need. But, and just for those who maybe aren't as, you know, into sewing, and fat quarters might sound like an odd word, it's normally like 1/4 meter by 1/4 meter. Sometimes it'll be 1/2 meter by 1/2 meter, depends on the store that you go into. And often there'll be heavily patterned fabrics, or completely plain cotton non-stretch. Generally is what a fat quarter is. Sometimes it will change, but I'd say most standard that is what it is. And they're really good if you do patchwork, they're really good if you do small crafts. A lot of people will use them also these days for like wrapping up gifts in them. They're really good if you've got friends who make crafts and you don't want to use wrapping paper because you end up wrapping the gift in a gift. I'm a big fan of that. If anyone wants to wrap gifts to me in fabric, great. Because I'll reuse that. But, you know, it's a bit different. That's what Discord communities are for sure. Like, I can definitely put down some ones for the UK, but I would have to admit that I think the majority of the people that pop in here probably won't be able to use the resources that I put in there. My mum mails me, fabric every month and I don't have any idea. That's lovely. That is kind of lovely. See, I know some of my family live very close to fabric shops. The lucky buggers. But I don't live very close to any fabric stores. So for me to get fabric, it's quite tricky. So I just ask for my birthday, like, if you find any fabric and you think of me, just send it my way. Like, just a meter of it, send it my way. I'll probably love it. And if I can't find a project for it straight away, you know down the line I'll find a project for it. Eventually. Eventually I'll find a project for that fabric. And I'll think of you when I do it. It's just such a lovely gift, in my mind at least. I know not every crafter will feel the same, but in my mind, just a meter of fabric, it's one of my favourite gifts to receive. And it could be anything. I would say like stretch fabric is probably my least favourite. Like my least favourite, because then I'm just like, oh no, a fabric that is scary. But most other fabrics, I'm just like, heck yeah. Like a meter of a pretty lace or a meter of like a cotton or anything like that. I'm like, oh, nice, nice. I like that. Lord, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Hey, hey. Like right now, it's 7:15 AM where I live. Oh, well, that is an early. That is an early day. Sapphire, my God, you are having an early day. Right, let's get the other side of this nice and glued down. Whee! And then what we'll have is quite a solid ear. Not going to be as solid as the piece that's going to be standing up in the middle, but solid enough so that I don't have to put any extra wire or anything down it, and it will stay folded over if I put some stitches down one end. I don't want this ear to open up very much. I would have done something different down the middle if I'd wanted that. I actually wanted a lot of extra fluff as well, which is why I've not like shaved it or anything like that, because I want to be able to style this into a really strong point. So I've left a lot of the fluff on it because I'm like, I want a strong point at the end of this, and I want the point to go up. I want a nice strong upwards point. Kind of like that. Because what I'll do is I'll angle these on the hood a bit, but then have it more like that. Of course, I will do it with hairspray, and maybe not just my hands. But yeah, and that'll be one of the little hood ears. But not yet. Not yet. Eventually. Velvet is basically my kryptonite. Oh, I love velvet. Like, if you find as well like a really fun coloured like faux suede or like, yeah, velvet. Oh, yes, absolutely. That'd be great. A horn, Zay. Hi, how are you doing? We can have a horn. There we go. Oh, you want to play the horn? There we go. There we go. My day so far. Woke up at 2 AM and couldn't sleep anymore. Super insomnia last night. I had a nasty cold, so I'm not at work and slept again at 8. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully the cold gets better soon. That way, then you can get like a proper night's sleep. Because it can be proper tough trying to sleep with a really nasty cold. So hopefully that gets better for you. Because it's going to be difficult to recover from a cold if you're not sleeping. Oh dear. And yeah, I guess you'd have to take time off work at the moment for it as well, which sucks. Got a new job today. It's the first day on the floor training, so I go in at 8. Whew. Whew, that is early. But I get it. First day kind of thing, yeah. You'd have to do a bit extra normally. I'm glad you managed to get a job. It's not an easy environment to get a job at the moment. If you're looking to change jobs, it's like one of the most difficult times, so congratulations on that. Shaving fur seems counterproductive. Might as well go leather then. Well, you get like a nice like little tufty fur, like the inside of an ear would be. But because I'm looking to get extra volume, I decided not to cut it down any shorter. Because again, I wanted that extra volume. So I was like, well, for me personally, that's not really going to do for the project. But if I was looking for a more realistic ear, maybe that is what I would do. but this one in particular, no. No. Congrats, yeah! Good job on the new job. Yeah, good job on the new job. That was close. Eating some... Oh, David 2D Lad, thank you so much for the follow. That's very kind of you. Thank you. That was close. I'm eating some homemade dip. Hummus and jalapenos. Ooh, with chips. And I got an itch in my eye. Mr. Thorpe, no. Also, Red Riot. Red Riot. Good name, good name. Thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. Isn't that the name from Hero? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Ah, dear. Wait, did I get raided by David 2Lab? Thank you for letting me know, Red Riot. Appreciate it. Sorry, we're not getting told at the moment for a lot of raids, but I appreciate it. There we go. Thank you so much for the raid. It's very, very kind of you. What were you making? Or drawing? Or creating? Very, very kind. Hi. And hi, Winter. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I believe I have some grey and black chrome tan scraps and marine blue and suede. Ooh. That's a good colour scheme there. You could make something nice out of that. You like to live dangerously, I see, Mr. Thorpe. Sometimes a little too dangerously. That is like close to a trip to the doctors dangerously. Yes, it is. Yeah. It was a small one. Anime style animation, was it? Oh, anime style. I'm not sure if anime style is different from anime style. Correct me if I am incorrect, please. I like learn. But nice. Animation takes a long time, but that sounds really cool. I am a big fan of anime. If it's similar to anime, I'd probably love it. I am the big fan. Oh, speaking of which, I should see if the Sleepy Princess of the Demon Castle has any more episodes out. People know at this point. I'm literally... You get anime in a season coming out, and every now and again one just resonates with you. And it's been that one. I just really like the princess that just wants to sleep, and I'm like, yeah, I can really get on board with that. She just wants a really good night's sleep. You know what? And she does literally everything in her power. That was a ballsy move. I did it all in one go. Everything in her power to get a good night's sleep, and I including like killing things and sometimes dying herself. It's very funny. It's very intense also. It's incredibly intense, incredibly funny. I love it. I love it so much. Oh dear. If it's less than 6 people, Twitch no longer alerts you. Yeah, I'm really against that. I could understand it being a really good thing to add as an option. Like a tick box sort of thing, as many other options on Twitch. Like, you know, alert me to raids, like that are under 6, don't alert me to raids sort of thing as a tick box. Like in the same way that you can make it so that you don't get raided. Like, have it as an option. But I think having it as a thing that has to happen on every single channel, it's going to be really bad for people that do smaller raids, and also like who get raided by, like me, who just now, who then doesn't know whether or not to shout someone out. That sucks. And yeah, I don't like it. I don't think it's a nice way of supporting, you know, the community. Because at the end of the day, I want to know. There are going to be streamers, like much bigger streamers, maybe who get thousands of viewers, where it's going to be an issue, but I don't know. Same, just my spelling. I feel you. Hello, Winter. What are you making, by the way? So at the moment, we're just making the 2 ears. I've kept a lot of extra fluff in them because I want to style them quite heavily, so I'm going to be doing a lot of hairspraying on this. But these are all for a hood that we're making, which has... I can show you the hood. It's half made at the moment, but you know, there'll be people that haven't seen this. This is not the hood, that's the jacket. It's a big hood. I hope you're ready. This hood is hefty. We are making a Pumpkaboo costume, but it is turning into something that looks like it would be from Game of Thrones. Because we haven't starred any of the fur, so the fur looks like a pelt right now. So... if I go to face cam and... oh, it's a bit tucked in at the back, it is. So, what we are doing is slowly adding... they're all at the moment, they're individual tufts, and you build it up and it creates a much thicker looking fur than what I actually have. So it becomes a really big hood. And we've also got like a small capelet that goes underneath the hood. So yes, that is what we are doing. That is what we are doing. Very on point for jelly. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Oh, like the drawing on the screen. Oh, okay, okay, nice. Yes, very on point for jelly. Oh, dear. I'm gonna go finish my caravan now. Good luck, Ellie. I hope that it goes well. The mid-roll ads are bad enough. Yeah, I also wasn't very happy about that. Because the thing is, I keep ads on at the beginning so that people don't have to experience mid-roll ads. Because people ask questions and like, you know, we have a community here where it's like, while we do chat and, you know, chill a lot to do with sewing, we do also have people that genuinely ask questions about sewing and stuff like that. And if we're talking about like more technical stuff and it rolls a mid-roll ad, that's kind of an issue. Like, I don't know when people are getting cut out. I don't know when people are coming back. And sewing, it's a bit of a process. So if people are getting cut out halfway through, I don't know when I have to restart. And if people are all getting cut out at different times, you're missing different parts of a process. And it's not great for trying to learn something. Yeah. Don't be sorry. Oh, you can easily change preferences in OBS, no need for Twitch to make the decision for you. So, I've tried doing that, and actually, in Streamlabs OBS, not only does it not show up for raids under 6 people, it doesn't notify me at all. So, it doesn't show up on my mini feed, and it doesn't notify me. And it's not just me, it's anyone using Streamlabs OBS as far as we're aware. This is something that I've tweeted at Twitch about, and a lot of other people have tweeted at Twitch about, because, like, that's an issue. Like, it's one thing for it not to show up on the screen, but it's also, like, it's a fully other thing for it not to show up on anything. Like, as far as my, whatchamacallit, stuff will go, I will only find out as after my stream ends, and it'll be like, oh, you did get raided during the stream. And I'm like, but you told me nothing. Hello, elbows. How's it going today? Clapton, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day, thank you. Having a lovely day. About to tell someone they are a wizard. You're a wizard. You're a wizard, Winter. Is that because of my accent? Be like, see what I'm working on today? I share it as a GIF on your Discord. Yes, I'd love to. Absolutely, please do. And like, if you want, share that as a GIF, but then pop a link to the Twitch stream underneath, because I know there'll probably be maybe like 1 or 2 people that would want to see it being made. Might not be everyone's cup of tea, but like, probably be a couple people's cup of tea. I like anime. I was following a streamer who rolls the ads when she takes a bathroom break. Yeah, the issue is, as a female, I don't use the bathroom, so I don't know how that's going to work for me. I don't know if I can keep a straight face saying that. Whew. Oh dear. It's showing up on my mini feed, but it says host instead of raided. Okay, so it does show up on your mini feed. It doesn't show up on my mini feed. Nothing shows up. I don't get host, I don't get anything. It shows up that you follow, but I don't see anything to do with host or raid. And like, there's nothing in my settings that I can change, like to do with, I've gone through everything. So I've also tried setting it so a minimum of 1 raid or a minimum of 1 host to see if that fixed it, and that didn't fix it either. So yeah, we've tried everything, and it will not show up. Of course, that is more behind the scenes things, but yeah. Again, it doesn't seem like this is just me, which makes me feel a little bit better about it. But also, while it makes me feel a little bit better that it's not just me, it doesn't make me happy about it because I want it to be fixed. Oh dear. No, the hood thing. Oh, okay, because of the hood. Oh, okay, not because of my accent. I see. Okay, that's fair. Yes, you could be right. Either that, or I'm about to tell everyone that you are in fact arriving, because It does be kind of making me look like something from Game of Thrones, and since you are here, it is in fact, I think, apt to be like, get the cape on and be like, winter is coming. Already did. Thank you so much, David. Good, chilling and having a late breakfast. Lovely. That sounds very relaxing. Do I have raids allowed? Yes, I do have raids allowed. Raids are absolutely allowed. That's never been something we've had off. It was only when the update happened that my stream for some reason doesn't show me it. And I can't fix it. Yeah, it won't let me. And again, I have been doing my best to get this fixed, but it doesn't seem like there's very much that I can do about it. Other than keep messaging Twitch and being like, hey, me and these other people would also like to see it. Even though we use Streamlabs, we would still like to see it somewhere. Like, there definitely are people that can, but there's also a good amount of people that can't. I'm not sure what the difference is, but yeah. Ugh. We're just all here like, you guys. I mean, I still stand by that. I think rather than it being a compulsory thing that we then have to work around, it should just be a button, like an optional thing. Again, similar to like having it so that you can turn raids on or off, or other options on or off. I think it should have just been introduced like that, because then there would be people that would choose not to have raids show up under 6 people. There would definitely be much larger channels that would choose that, because they get bot raided and stuff like that. There are definitely people that would make use of that feature. But I think there would equally be a very large amount of people that would choose not to make use of that feature, because it just doesn't affect them. And yeah, I think that would have been kind of like making everyone a little bit more happy, rather than it being forced on people. I think that's the main thing. Just not forcing features on people when they first come out. And letting people decide whether or not they want the feature. Needs a nerd giver she can let out of the dungeon whenever she needs stuff fixed. I mean, I'm getting pretty good at fixing the things when they go wrong. Surprisingly enough, to myself as well, I'm actually getting pretty good at fixing a lot of the issues as they arrive, because I've had so many issues. I feel like it's just the process of having an issue and then fixing it, and then having an issue and then fixing it, and then having an issue and fixing it. I'm getting pretty good at it. I've had many issues with my stream while streaming, and I think I'm getting pretty good at fixing them. It's just when it's something like this, I don't feel like I can fix it because it's not me. It's not me, it's Twitch being Twitch. Also, Fenrir, hi, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Oh dear. Resident computer woodwork nerd prison unaccounted for and reporting for duty, ma'am. Salutes. That was a little hard, but it's okay. Also, Matrix, hi, how are you doing? Weird, mine isn't balked. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if yours wasn't balked, but mine do be balked. Also, I've just eaten some fur. I can feel it. I can feel it in the back of my throat. It's a bit far for me to probably reach back and grab. I could, but I won't do it live on camera. It probably, and I'm not gonna get away from the pictures of me just full on reaching down my throat and grabbing out a piece of fur, so I'm not gonna do it. But there is a piece of fur right at the back of my throat. I could swallow with some tea. Oh. Fixed it. Thanks for reminding me. Now I have my birds back. Yeah, the birds, they are back. Oh, Steve, hi. We get the quotes. Yeah, that's better. This fur, it gets everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. This piece I didn't cut very well at all, so I think just because of the shape of the piece, normally I don't get this much fur off the pieces that I've cut, but the shape of this piece, I really struggled to cut it well, and I think I ended up trimming a lot of the top pieces of fur, whereas normally I try to cut really close to the back piece so that that doesn't happen, and a lot of the fur doesn't come loose. Like, there's gonna be some pieces of fur that come out, like very small pieces, like the tiny pieces that are on the desk right now, but big chunks, I've actually been pretty good at avoiding. Right, let's go to the small pieces now. So these are the pieces that I've been putting all over the hood. And we put the glue on the smaller side, fold it over to the larger side. We get a piece here at the top, which is what gets sewn onto the hood, because there'll be no glue on this top bit, so that my sewing machine can run through it no problem. And we have to make loads of these. I've probably made hundreds at this point. So many! Last Christmas, if stars, hi! Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I will give it to someone special. That sounds like a good call. Last Christmas, I turned myself into a Christmas tree, and I got beard baubles, and I covered my hair in beard baubles, like beard baubles, and I dyed my hair green, like pine green, and I got some like present tinsel, and I put it in my hair, and I became a Christmas tree because our flat was too small for the Christmas tree. So I was the Christmas tree, and I sat in the corner of the flat, and I was a tree. So that was, I don't know if I can fit that into the song of Last Christmas, but last Christmas I was a tree, and the very next day I had to put it all away. This year, I'm not doing that again. The tinsel got everywhere. It was hard. We found like that tinsel from the presents for weeks. Bad times. Oh dear. Word. I feel that you should be glad that Dem wasn't there to quote several things that you just said. There's any mod popping in and being like quote, 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 quote. It's a hard time to be a streamer with the quote function. At least you can pet it. Yeah, the fur is nice to pet. Clapping. Thank you so much for the 50 bits for the song. I'm singing Christmas songs in October. Thank you. Ah yes, Jelly, that is the ultimate truth to every family IT person. You know, the one family member that the rest of the family always pesters whenever they have computer problems. Yeah. Yeah. Once bitten, twice shy, keep my distance, you still catch my eyes. Aw. That's the jam with Jelly on multi-weekly TED Talk. You can, not Charme? 017? Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but thank you so much. You can use it until it breaks, and then you fix it, and then you repeat that entire game of life in your family. Like, wow, you're a computer wizard. I don't know how you do it. Yeah. So I'm not the computer wizard in the family, but I'm slowly gaining skills. Oh, Fenrir as well. Thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. And I'm worried that it's going to get to the point where people might look at me and be like, wizard. And I'll be like, oh no. Oh no, it is happening. Time to be an adult and head to work. And work improvement as a woodworker. Sap. Good luck. I hope that it goes really, really well. And also I hope that it's fun. It sounds fun. Good luck. Take care. Oh, you can say, I don't understand. No. Goodbye, that girl underneath the mistletoe and kissed by candlelight. Room swaying is all the odd songs I like to hear. I don't think I know that one. If that's a song, I don't think I know it. Oh, I love how the star screams, yeah. I also love how the star screams. That's why we kept it. It's just like, ah! But it's like a star. Not gonna lie, I'm here to make friends. Welcome, friend. You are welcome. You are welcome. We'll finish the glue, read the name. Oh, and Sap, thank you for the follow. I'm just like, oh, I can't. I'm gonna glue myself if I'm not careful. Thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Oi, Ben. Jelly and Bob teach each other. We do. Bob messes up, and then I learn from Bob's messing ups. But I'm getting better. It would be lonely this Christmas without you, dolls. Bye, chat, before I go. Oh, thank you. I'm from Morocco. Yeah. Nice. I'm from England, but I live in Wales. Yeet. Hey, Sam. Oh dear. Oh, then what's that sound? Well, okay, I can't be the only one who, if you get scared, creates sounds from their body. And mine predominantly come from their mouth. And it was a sound. You get here, Fed, and I'm on my way out. Oh. Ow. On my knuckle as well. That's an unfortunate place to get hot glue. I'm so used to this at this point though. It's just like, I guess it's fine. You can stay. Me and hot glue, we are old friends. Yeah, that was a sound. I didn't even realize I'd made it though, so everyone was like in chat like, what was that? What was that? And I'm like, it's the xenomorph or something like that. I can't even remember. I was just like, I don't know what you're talking about. They were like, no, what was that? What was that sound? And I was like, what do you mean, what was that sound? I've no idea, because I didn't even realize I had made that sound. The big difference is we don't record that. You could be right there. You might be right. I know it's off topic, but my mum was crying in the background because my sister got bad school grades, and me and my cousin told my cousin told me not to get involved. So, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope the rest of like you managed to find some good stuff. Take your mind off it this day. If you need a place to chill, we're pretty chill here. But if you need to head off for any reason, obviously don't feel like you need to say. You can go anytime. Nikki, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. We are making floofs. I don't think this is gonna come as a surprise. We make floofs a lot. I don't know if I burned myself or not. I don't think that I did. The glue gun be deceptive. The glue gun be deceptive. It's like, I'm gonna get on your knuckle, but I'm not going to burn you. I'm just gonna surprise you. I think this is the first time I've caught myself with the glue gun on stream though. Normally I'm pretty good with it. Whee! It's been so long since I met someone who lives in Wales, even though you're English. Yeah, I mean Wales is a small place, and it's not got a huge population to be quite fair. So, I can kind of understand that. It's not a massive area, in like especially comparatively to England and stuff like that. So I can kind of understand it. But I am English. That's the thing, because I think if I told everyone like, oh, I just live in Wales, because I don't have a Welsh accent or anything like that, it'd be a bit like, you don't sound Welsh, and be like, yeah, no, there's a reason for that. But yeah, it's nice here. I've been here for like, I never remember how many years, so it's either 6 or 7, but I forget. 6 or 7, 6, 7. Imagine an American living in Wales. Well, you can imagine no longer, because technically, up until last year, you know who was an American citizen? Me. I think this takes a lot of people by surprise. And you say it, and then everyone's like, what? 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 No, I was an American citizen until October last year? Or was it? No, October the year before. I forget. No, it was October last year. October last year was my last month. So actually, it's probably near my 1-year anniversary. Yeah. I never lived in America or anything like that. I was born in England and raised in England, but America has this thing where if you're born to a parent who is American, you end up being an American citizen. I'm just gonna say I think it's a bit silly because I was born and raised in England, and I would have happily stayed as just a British, but yeah, which is why I ended up getting rid of it, because, you know, but yeah. Oh dear. Oh. Stealth, hi! I haven't got on your stream in ages. Last time I came, you had blue hair! That's Rose! We were in the second part of the year, so now it's time for pink. I change my hair pretty frequently, so this is now, I guess, season 2 jelly. We're now pink. I already know what I want to do for season 3 jelly though. I've decided. I always decide really soon into dyeing my hair what I'm gonna do next. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day still. Good, Jang. What the hell are you doing in Wales? Well, I grew up in England, and so I had a good time in England, and nothing wrong with it. But then I studied in Wales, and I met someone, and I stayed. And Wales is a lovely country, so I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay here. Good place. Good place. Okay, look. You can't pass it on to your children though, not unless you come visit us for a certain period of time. Yeah, so if I visited, I think it would have been America for 1 year straight. And then even if I'd gone back to England for the rest of my life, because I'd been in America for 1 year straight, I would have then passed the same thing on to my kids. But I wouldn't have planned to do that because, again, like, I'm not really the kind to do that. But yeah, there was a few things like that where I was a bit like, why? But it just didn't really make any sense for me to have it. Nikki, blimey mate, yeah. Hello. Sunkoi, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Oh, not gonna lie, I would have never lived anywhere in the UK. I would visit somewhere. I think a lot of the time you kind of decide where you're gonna live and like that's gonna be that for you. Like for me, I've kind of just decided that it's very likely that I'll end up living, maybe it won't always be in Wales, but it'll probably be somewhere near the UK. Because I like it here. Like this is where I've grown up. Yeah. She went to Wales, caught a shiny Pokemon, but was too big for her to get it out of the country, so she just stayed. Mr. Thorpe, you are correct. This is what happened. How's Corona treating you? Well, I mean, I always feel like obviously the situation is not very good in Wales because we are in a lockdown. we are in the most intense lockdown we could have here. But my life doesn't really change too much except that I can't go to work, and I only work 2 days a week. So my life only really is different on weekends. The rest of my life is the same. But thank you for asking. I have 3 reasons why I'd never live in the UK. Roadman, chavs, and Brexit. I mean, that's fair. I think if you only ever look at the negatives of a country, you're never going to want to live anywhere. That's kind of a broad statement, I suppose, but there's a lot of nice things about living here too that you kind of get from staying here. I mean, I'm biased because I like this country, but it'd be very easy for me, I think, to look at every country in the world and be like, oh, negatives, because that's all you ever hear about in the news. If you don't actually live in a country, it's more likely that you're going to hear about the negative things about the country because that's what gets published in the news. So what you hear about is, oh, this bad thing happened, this bad thing happened, this bad thing happened, this bad thing happened. And I guess the general idea of the country you're going to get is that it's probably quite a bad place. But if you actually visit, it's not kind of like, it's just a normal place. Yeah, it's just a normal place. And if you have family in the area, that's often a useful thing if you get along with your family. If you don't, it maybe isn't going to be a positive for you. But yeah. What do you mean? Jelly is the shiny Pokemon. I'm shiny now, but we're both shiny. Everything's shiny. How's quarantine? Is it turning me insane? So I'm someone who had to stay in the house a lot anyway because of my health. So for me, I went insane because of it. Quarantine-like situation, maybe like this time last year, a bit before, maybe like a year and a half ago, is when I really struggled with having to stay in the house a lot. And then I kind of worked through it then. And so now that everyone else is in the same situation, they're having to go through it. But I've kind of come to terms with the fact that I'm in the house a lot anyway, and I'm kind of used to it. It doesn't really bother me anymore because I'm so used to being in the house all the time. I think if I'd only just started being in the house, I'd be in exactly the same situation I was in like a year and a half ago, where I was just so sad, which I think is where a lot of people in the UK and a lot of other areas in the world are in right now, where they're just sad because they're in the house all the time. But right now, I'm so used to it, and I've kind of got to a routine which makes me really positive about every day. So yeah, I'm very used to coping with quarantine. So I'm actually in a really good position to be in lockdown compared to maybe your average bean. That's why the news sucks. Yeah, it just shows you the negatives of everything. I would find like some empty countryside and live there for a few months. There's a lot of beautiful areas in countryside in Scotland and England and Wales and Northern Ireland and Ireland itself. Beautiful areas. And lovely people too. The joke is Jelly's partner is called Shiny. Yeah, my boyfriend is called Shiny. If he ever pops into chat, that's what his name would be. I do love the UK though. You guys gave us Phil Collins, Rick Astley, KSI, Sidemen, the guy who played Borat. I mean, yes, that'd be a lot of the people, and again, like, I feel like that's what you would see in the media, but it's a lot more than that. I think a lot of what I really like about the UK is the vibe that you get from, like, the communication. That's what I really like. It's different everywhere, but I suppose, like, for instance, where I grew up, there were more animals than people, and I grew up in a forest, and there were more animals than people. You would just see them free roaming everywhere, and that's horses, cattle, pigs. You'd have brooms in the shops to make sure they didn't get into the shops. People would greet each other on the streets, whether you knew them or not. And it was just an incredibly community-orientated spirit. And obviously, large cities like London are not like that, but there are a lot of smaller communities which are like that and incredibly welcoming. And I really like that. It's not going to be for everyone, but it's really nice seeing that sort of area. And also, the animals in those areas are, although definitely wild animals, they're also not poisonous or hyper-aggressive. So I like that too. And it's not something that you'd ever see on the news because it's not newsworthy stuff. It's just nice. It's just a nice environment. Great for a holiday if you want to see something a bit different. And like a different way of living, I suppose. Yeah. BRB, you have to go do the shopping. Go do your shopping. Good luck. I hope that it goes well. Lol. Do you swear in your videos? I swear occasionally. I'm not a big swearer. I think bugger and bloody are probably the most common ones for me. I'll drop the occasional F-bomb and the occasional shite. But not too much. I just generally don't swear a whole lot though. It's not like I don't swear specifically because I'm live. I also just don't swear a whole lot. I mean, I guess that's just not really me. Reminds me of Bill Hicks' comedy about LA riots. So I'm here in England, you know, you get about the LA riots, all these Brit people are trying to sympathise with me. Oh, Bill, crime is horrible. If there's any consolation, crime is horrible here too. This is Hobbit Town, I'm Bill Hicks. Land of fairies and elves, you do not know have crime, but I appreciate, you know, trying to be diplomatic. You gotta see him describe it's hilarious. You don't know, you can read the front page or comic section over here, I swear God. Read an article from the front page of the paper one day in England yesterday, some hooligans knocked over a dustbin. They lose ruffians. I'd hate to be a dustbin. Oh, it's different. It's different, and of course there is crime. There is definitely crime, and there are issues. We have a lot of issues over here as well. I'm not gonna be like, oh, the UK is just sunshine and rainbows. There's a lot of issues over here as well. There's a lot of stuff that we have to deal with, and a lot of problems that we have to fix. But there's a lot of things that I do like about this country as well. And yeah. I'm a city boy, I get bored when I'm visiting a countryside or a forest. That's fair. It's not going to be for everyone. Nikki has left the stream. Oh, fair enough, Nikki. That is fair. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope I don't get beat up if I say soccer in England. Imagine yelling at someone over a word. That's the most childish thing ever. Why would anyone beat you up over a word? I really don't know what your opinion of British people is, but I think that it might be a little skewed. The idea that anyone would beat you up over saying a word is not quite how it is. I think if you have an interest in visiting Britain, it might be really worth it, because we would not beat you up over saying soccer. In fact, there are a lot of people over here that will say soccer anyway, because when you consider that a lot of the media that we ingest over here is American media, it's not uncommon for us to say things like candy instead of sweets, or soccer instead of football, because we ingest so much American media. It's just like fed to us through television. So it's so common. Ozzy, hi, how are you doing? Taking a break from your workout. Ozzy Shifty, I hope you're having a good day. Nobody knows what it's like to be a dustbin in Shaftesbury with hooligans. Terrible, it's terrible. You just don't know. You're back. Welcome back. Why would anyone beat you up in a word? N-word. Wow, okay. So, obviously with slurs and stuff like that, that's a little different. But what I'm saying is, I suppose, like, you know, saying something like soccer or candy or just changing a word, that's a bit different. Like, using racial slurs, that's just not, that's just not right. Funnily enough, over in the UK, that's also not something we would hope that the majority of the populace would be behind either. But of course we have issues over here as well. Oh, gotta finish your workout. Fair enough, Ozzy, good luck with the workout. I am back. Better than Friday. I'm glad that you are doing better. Good. Hi Jelly. Hi Jay, how you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. How's the cosplay coming? It is going pretty good. We are doing a lot of stuff with Fair at the moment. So we have a lot of stuff. Yeah. First you became twins is British. Nice. Yeah, I know, I was just messing around. Yeah. And hello Floof, hi Minimal, how are you doing? I hope you are having a good day. Welcome, welcome. We are just quickly making a few more floofs so that we can crack on with the hood. And then, once we've attached these all to the hood, rather than make more floofs, because I don't think this will cover the hood space we have left, I'm going to hopefully make the wrist cuffs. I'm just not sure where I've put my orange fabric. I said this right at the beginning, I'm still not sure where I've put my orange fabric. Oh dear. Hey. Oh my god. Oh my god. The piece stuck to my finger and it was just not coming off. That's okay. There are a couple pieces that I had to cut fully in half, which I keep pulling one or two of them out. I can't really do those until I find the other half. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, there are a lot of places that I would like to visit. I would like to visit America at some point. Obviously, this is not the year for it, and I don't think next year will be the year for it either. But America has, first of all, some big Comic-Cons, which I'm curious about. I'm curious about the American Comic-Cons. I would like to know what happens at the American Comic-Cons. I wish to see just how big they are. And so I'd like to go to those at some point. It might be a bit overwhelming, but I want to see them. And I'd like to go to a couple places in America. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. The thing is, it's quite a big trip. Quite a big trip, and I am not a well-traveled person. So I'd like to go. It's quite intimidating. And there's still a couple places in Europe that I want to go to too. I mean, there's a lot of places in Europe that I'd love to see, but it's you know, money and time. I still need to get to France, and that's literally just across the pond. I'll get there, but it is not a distance. Oh, tell you what doesn't happen at American Comic-Cons. Oh, I don't know, I've never been to one. Also, Winged, hi, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Katsucon is my dream con to go to. Katsucon. I have heard of that one. Thing is, I really don't know that much about American cons. I just really want to go to all of them. I just want to go to all of them and see what's at all of them. But I'm not the amazing gem. Winter, you're a lovely gem. Except when you're rude to Shifty Blook. I live in California and I was going to go to Comic-Con in San Diego for the first time this year. Yes, I've heard a lot about that one. But the whole country shut down. Yeah, a difficult year for cons this year it is, but hopefully, I don't know if next year would be a good year to book travel to America, for me at least, but maybe next year some of the cons will run, and if not next year, hopefully the year after, maybe I could pop over and see some of them. They do look cool though. So many places to go. I've got some money set out for Scotland trip when COVID is over. Really want to visit Japan too. I'd also love to visit Japan. That'd be lovely. Also a gem, yeah. CraftyCon Spain where there's not going to be a CraftyCon. I haven't got the skill to organise a Comic-Con. I love Comic-Cons, but it takes a certain amount of organisation to be able to organise something like that. And I know when to admit that I can't do something, and that is not something that I can do. I do not have the skill or the organisational talent. Nope, 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 nope. Diamond in the rough. Playmate God save the queen. Literally in the process of typing out you. Oh no. Yes. You are like the Hope Diamond. Utterly cursed. Oh no! Winter, why? In Spain they declared state of emergency lasting until May 2021. I am so sorry, Winged. No. Also, Winter and Shifty, why do you hate each other? No. No. I had been keeping an eye on that because I know that it was up in the air whether or not they were going to do that. But, I didn't know that they'd actually done it. I didn't realise it was for that long, to be quite fair. I just thought they were considering a state of emergency. I didn't realise it was quite so long. Oh dear. They're huge. Tons of people go, and it's cool to see movie studio announce a lot of the upcoming projects in person. See, I don't go so much for the movies, but I do think that is really cool. Especially people that love movies, like seeing all that stuff in advance has got to be really, really hype. I just want to see everyone's cosplays. I want to see them all. I don't hate winter, that's the worst part. Oh no. I suspect many countries who didn't shut down early enough are going to be in that situation. Yeah. Unfortunately, I suspect you may also be correct. Caught on the wrong side of the Jelly Stream drama. Jelly Stream drama with Winter and Shifty. Luke, how has this happened? When did this start? We'd have to get the VODs from Shifty's stream to see the first offense. And then we can see the follow-ups in these streams. Be like, when has it all started? How has this developed? Get like somebody to narrate over the top who's like not in the drama at all, and then like be like, and do like dramatic flashes to your name and Shifty's name. like bum. You're the mod from Shifty's stream. I am. I don't think I was there though. Not when the drama happened. I'm sorry, Shifty. I couldn't save you from the hate comments from Winter. Oh dear. Wait, so am I in the drama as well? Because I was a bad mod and I didn't save Shifty from the hate comments. Just starting to open up again this week, Wednesday 0000. Okay, we got cases and deaths daily numbers to 0. I suspect we're going to have a third wave as a result of opening up, but it's not something that can be avoided, can't stay closed forever. If the cases are down, the deaths are down to 0, no, it's a... Hopefully. I wish the best of luck. The best of luck. I don't think it happened on my stream. Yeah, no, this is only Jelly Stream drama. We're all good on Shifty stream. Wait, really? Oh no, wait. So I am in on the drama then, because it's my stream. Shoot. So I've just let this happen under my watchful eye, and I've not protected one of my mods from hate, is what this is. Oh my god, I've just let it happen, huh? Oh my god. I'm a terrible streamer. What's the difference between pounds and quid? Nothing. Oh yeah, oh that's true actually, yeah. One of them is tentacles and is alive. Squids live in your pockets. Them's the rules, only allowed to feud on Shelly stream. Oh no. Why do you guys have to fight? This could be a beautiful friendship. Why must you fight? I need more glue. I will be back 2 seconds. I have to grab more glue real quick. I can't handle this fight. I need to dip out. The drama is getting to me. I must escape. Escape the drama. I could also buy more glue at some point because wow, I'm running low. I bought this huge pack of glue, but like I'm legitimately running low on glue. Oh dear. How could you do this, Jelly? Jelly's fault on our broken Twitch. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible. By the way, petition for Carson to box Mike Tyson in a boxing match without gloves. No. I'm a crafter, not a fighter. You feel like Crafty would win. I would not win. Be nice to Jelly. Stop bullying each other in public chat. Bully each other privately. No, don't do that either. Oh. Oh. First the baiting on my spooky stream and now this. Wow, wait, are you gonna call me out for baiting you? I wasn't baiting you. I was just saying that I died in this place. And then I did tell you that you you know, I thought it'd make you happy to know that you couldn't die in this space after you were in that space. I was being nice. I was being nice. I was good mod. Good mod. Because you were so nervous that whole stream. You were so nervous. And then the whole time in that stream, you could never have actually died. Oh, it's the best. Oh, don't forget all the pushing friends off on Fall Guys. That is the way that you play Fall Guys. You play Fall Guys by pushing people off the block. That's the way the game works. You could win the first round. Look at you. Look at my arms. Duh. No. You were like, oh no, this room, even though I couldn't die in the room. I know. I know. You have a cute face that might get ruined in the first few seconds, and you have a good body, good arms, and the tattoo. I'm noodles. Look at my noodles. They stay the same width the whole way. Oh. Dear. What's my favorite type of material to work with? I mean, cotton is a really nice one because it doesn't do anything, but I really like velvet and suede. Faux suede and velvet. They're soft. And they're just like, fun to play with while you sew. You push your teammates. Listen, friendly competition. Friendly competition never hurt anyone. You gotta be friendly and competitive in Fall Guys. Because it's a competition game. They gotta be competitive. You got the same answer. You got noodles. I got little noodles. You don't push the people you're actually competing with. I will argue this to the death. You do! Because they're the most fun to push off, because they're the only people that you get to hear scream. Oh dear. Honestly. Gigi, hi! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. Brushing some fur with my hand. On the bright side, didn't die though. I am a stealthy ghost. This is true. You didn't die, but you also played the entire game on that stream where you couldn't die. It was only like the last minute where you physically could have died. Up until that point, you physically couldn't have died. Jenny wonders how drama rose on her channel. Because I pushed my friends off in Fall Guys. Yes. It's the way that you play. I'm good. Just got back from my yarn store. Picked everything a new cross stitch. Lovely. Oh, that sounds really fun. That sounds really fun. Nice. Oh yeah, not true. The crew was trying to kill me. Okay, that's true actually. I forgot about the crew. It's just that the alien can't kill you up to that point. That is fair. That is fair. I did big forget on the crew. Oh dear. And to anyone who doesn't know, Shifty Bloop did a spooky stream. I think it was last Friday. It was very funny. Very, very funny. Very funny. It's really nice watching someone else play Alien Isolation, at least from my perspective, because I was really spooked, especially the first couple of sessions of playing Alien Isolation. I still do, but mainly now I jump at the notifications more than I jump at the game because I'm more used to playing it now. It's really nice to see someone else go through that initial tension of playing the game. Really, really nice. Oh. Very satisfying. Definitely wasn't scared of Alan. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I mean, it's a pretty... I think I did a clip of you, like, immediately changing your tone on that. Right, 2 more to go. This one more, and then we can start attaching them to the hood. Heck yeah. Heckin' yeah. Oh, also, this is completely off topic, but I'm getting a new villager on my Animal Crossing island. It's completely off topic. Basically, I had somebody at the campsite today. I had Audie at the campsite, and I was like, "Oh, hi!" And she's really cute. And I was like, "Okay." And she said that she'd move out one of the villagers that I wanted to move out anyway. So I was like, "Okay, you can do that." So I've got Audie moving in. She's really cute. I like her a lot. And that means I only actually need to replace 2 more of my villagers, and then that's all of my villagers are my dream villagers. I'm like there. I'm there. I still need a violin, but like, doing pretty well. Pretty well. The villager bit is taking quite a while, but that's okay. I just need to make it so that the ones that I want to stay don't want to leave, which... Tricky. Especially if I end up getting into Genshin Impact. I'm just not going to want to stop playing Genshin Impact. Were any of them named Amelia? Possibly. Just saying. Wow. Got rolled. That's all I need. Rolled as a sweetie. Living the Animal Crossing dream. Yes. I love it. I'm going to be playing Animal Crossing on stream tomorrow. Just for like 2 hours. But I'm really looking forward. Because I haven't shown anyone my island in such a long time, and I feel like it looks really good right now, and I'm just like, yes, I just want to show people my island, want to introduce everyone to my villagers. I don't know, I'm just really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really chill. Oh. Wait, you need it. Oh, Spaced Out Zane, thank you so much for the follow. Very kind of you. You need a violin on Animal Crossing? I think I have one I can send you. Wait, really, Mr. Thorpe? Like, actually? Actually, wait, you're not teasing me? Because, like, I've been waiting for a violin for, I think, I will send you the bells for it. I will absolutely send you the bells. I have bells saved up for this violin. Also, hi, Spaced. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. I'm just gonna... Oh, God's sakes! Working with fur is a hazard. I'm just gonna drink some tea before I start attaching the fur to anything because, yeah, it'd be like that. You make the rolled face in chat roll be like. Oh, let me check. Heck yeah. It really is. Roll do be like that, but he do. You too, thank you. It really is. I work with fur, it goes everywhere. It really do. You just look down, you're like, oh. I mean, I could see it pretty easily, so that's good. I work with fur, it goes everywhere. Oh, you work with fur too? Oh, that's really cool. I don't normally work with fur, but when I do, this is the first time I've had such good results with it not getting as far. But it's still getting everywhere. I would say it does seem to be specifically staticking to certain objects, which has made cleaning it a little bit easier. But yeah, like for instance, not my plug sockets, but it's right next to my plug sockets. Maybe it's because they get hot. I don't know. It thinks it get hot, but the stand that my microphone is attached to, that has attracted so much fur, and I could just at the end of it just sweep it all off, and it's all the tiny pieces. So that's been quite good. Now imagine if you were a cat trying to craft cosplays with hot glue. Oh no 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 no! But it's so fluffy. It is. It's a really nice one as well. Samantha, hi, how goes it? I watched your highlights. It gave me joy. It gave me joy. Oh, you know, I've seen a couple people play the first part of Amnesia and like the new one, and yeah, it looks. I am looking forward to you getting to the next part. You've got it in your eyes before, oh my god. So, I had fur in my eyes, and I didn't even realise. I just looked at myself, and I was like, what's happening with my eye? And I looked at it, and there was just a piece of fur, like, horizontally across my eyeball. I didn't even feel it. I was just looking at myself like, what's going on there? Oh, it was horrible feeling, but it didn't hurt. It didn't feel like there was anything in my eye. But yeah, I could see it. Physically, I could see it. Oh. I felt it when I took it out. To work with fur, having it everywhere is just part of my life right now. Yeah, I'm not used to, we don't have any pets or anything. I'm not used to having fur in the house. But hey, it's been an experience. I'm used to having mess in the house though, I suppose. So this is just this cosplay's mess. Oh, Space, thank you, it's very kind of you. I apologise, I do not have a violin. Oh. No, it's okay, it's a fault. It's alright, because that's all I did. Let me ask Josie, she's an AC maniac and very likely has one. It's alright, because here's the thing. I've been playing Animal Crossing, like, I think maybe I've missed 1 or 2 days, but basically every single day since launch, and I've not had a violin. I have tried so hard, but thank you so much. It's very, very, oh, you've laughed already. Thank you very much, it's very kind of you. Foiled again. Oh, the ferrets. I'm just taking a moment now to drink my tea before it becomes like a fur bath. Another person with the possible violin. She said she'll send me one! Yes! Yes! Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. It's okay, Space. I will send, of course, the lovely avocado some bells, the bells to cover it. Because for those who maybe are not versed in Animal Crossing, like, the violins, I think they're like 140,000 bells each. They're very expensive. Yes! Yes! I'm so happy. I get to show you tomorrow why I need a violin so badly, and you'll be like, this is so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Because it really do be really satisfying. Oh, I'm so happy! Oh my god! Wait! Avocado! Thank you so much! One violin coming my way! Thank you so much for the violin! Avocado! I don't know if I can sell bells by the post, but either I'll come over to your island or you can come over to mine and I'll give you the bells for it because it's very expensive. Thank you so much. and I'll show you tomorrow on stream. Why? But oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. I have been waiting. I'll show you tomorrow on stream as well why it's such a big thing. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. It's gonna keep happening. There's just fur in my mouth all day, every day. Can I add you to my Animal Crossing? So I'm not doing it right now, only because tomorrow I am doing a big, like, I haven't shown anyone my island for a really long time, so I'm keeping it really, really secret. I'm being really secretive, basically, because I wanna show my island and be like, wow! But after tomorrow, it's like, sure, I'm more happy to add people then. But like right now, I'm being secretive and just so that I can be like, ta-da! Because I've spent a really long time making it. Yes. And Big Stank, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Birthday hype for tomorrow. Yes, also for those who don't know, tomorrow's my birthday. That's why we're playing Animal Crossing, because I've never had an Animal Crossing birthday. And Raven, hi, I hope you're having a good day. I'm pretty sure now Josie must have more bells and Josie has money. And DM me my Switch code, I don't want anything in return, I have lots of stuff already. No, Avocado, if there's anything you need, you never know, I might have had items, I don't know. I'm more than happy to check. Sneaky jelly. Yes, I'm being very sneaky. So I'm just like, I just want to show everyone. And then of course I'm going to be, whatchamacallit? I'll do the dream code and stuff like that so people can go around my island when I'm not there and update it and also I think so people can get because I've made a lot of floor tiles and stuff. So yeah. Your birthday? Yeah, my birthday is tomorrow. Like my actual birthday is tomorrow. Yes. I am 25 tomorrow. I am making muffins for breakfast. Ooh, delicious. And I've started laundry for today. It's snowing outside. Raven. Oh, that sounds amazing. You've got snow? Oh my god. You got snow? I love snow. I know a lot of people are going to be like, you won't like it if you get it 6 months of the year. But because we get snow in like the UK maybe for a week, if that, I just love snow. I just love it. Consider it a birthday present. Oh, Avocado, thank you. Again, if there's anything that you need, just let me know and I'll see if I can send anything back. It's your birthday? I didn't know that. I should have made a command or something. I'm gonna see if I can make like a party hat command or something so I can give people party hats. I'm gonna see if I can make myself a party hat because I don't have any, but I'd like one. Oh dear. Happy 25th, thank you. 25, you don't look a day over 24.5. Yes, version 2.5 jelly will be, yes, tomorrow. Pokes bot. I'll try and get one done today. God, I wish I had snow. Same. We had hail yesterday. Hail was interesting. You had thunderstorms. I like thunderstorms, but not for streaming in. Streaming in a thunderstorm makes me incredibly nervous that I'm just gonna drop the stream constantly. And hailstorms are great. Yeah, but not for being in. For being inside, great. For being outside, no. I wish I had snow. I mean, a lot less effort required to keep up with the weeds in the garden. Yeah. It just gets rid of everything. I do like snow. It's just, there's something very magical about snow. Really magical. Especially the first day. After the first day, again, probably different in other countries if you get more heavy snow. But in the UK, after the first day of snow, the second day the snow gradually gets more like muddy and grim and also packed down. So I'd say like the second or third day snow, it's really dangerous to stand on because it's basically just really packed down ice and you'll be like, oh, it's snow, and you'll step in it and you'll go, whoop! And yeah, but the first day snow's lovely. When we lived not in Cardiff, but not here either, we lived at the top of a valley at one point. And that was really cool. We couldn't descend the valley. They were saying don't go down because you won't be able to get back up because of the ice, even on foot. So we were walking and they were saying, please don't go down. We can't help you get back up because it was so steep. And they were like, it's too slippery. Don't go down. But there were policemen at the end of each road saying, please no, walk down road. But yeah, there was a playground in the area that we could walk to, and we went to the playground in the snow, and it was like, oh my god, so magical. And it was very pretty. It was very pretty. It was very cold, but it was very pretty. And I thought that also there's nothing better than going home and having a hot drink after playing in the snow. Oh, so nice. So nice. Oh, we had one nice week of sun and I'm ready to go back to winter again. Yeah, I feel that. I'm not keen on sun. I'm like, give me the winter. Weird thing, but hail tastes really nice. I've never tried to eat it. Again, I wear like a cap most of the time, so nothing goes near my mouth as far as like weather, because I have like a cap on. So I guess I've never really tried to eat it. It goes down the back of my neck quite often though, and I'm not keen on that. How is the yard work going? I buried everything in 180 centimeters of ice. Problem solved! Me streaming in a thunderstorm is better than streaming during hail, but that's because my room has a sloped ceiling, so you hear it. Yeah, I feel like that's why I like hail, because you can hear it so loud. But yeah, for streaming, it's gonna make for an atmosphere for sure. Oh, Space, do you have snow? Oh, you lucky bug, you lucky bug. You got all the snow. We're here with you, buddy, and it's only gonna get hotter for the next few months. Oh, you live on the opposite side, right? So you're about to get all the summer months. I'm so sorry. Oh, you lived in northern Norway? Oh, you get a lot of cold wind, I assume, as well, though, because that's the thing. I love cold weather, but when you get the wind that hurts, oh. That's okay, you don't want to try and catch high velocity ice balls in your mouth. That's how you break your face or teeth. Then I think about it, that's a good point. I missed my snow trip this year. I just realised, you go on snow trips? I've never really been on a snow trip. Like again, back home we would sometimes get pretty good snow, again in England, and we lived in the countryside, so a lot of it was untouched snow. So we'd have like a nice weekend or week where we'd just have good snow for a week because nobody else was there to touch it. So it was just our snow. That was nice. I like that, but we'd never really go away to find snow. We'd just wait for it to come to us for a week. Dear. Oh, Red Billy, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. I'm just finishing my tea before I continue working with the fur, because if you know how fur be, it's gonna get everywhere, fur be. Oh no. Oh. Well, we're not gonna laugh at Furbies today. That's not how the day's gonna go. Oh, depends on the size of the hail, Mr. Thorpe. Don't try to catch gulps on size with the small hail's okay. In Norway it says no bad weather, only bad clothing. That's a good way of thinking about it. I usually go on each one with friends and eat hot pot and sit by the fireplace. It's magical. I love hot pot. We make hot pot every year because it just gets cold here anyway, so we just want hot pot. All we want is hot pot. My spouse found out that this was not true when they came in 35-degree summers. The skin is too hot. Also, Red Billy, hey, I hope you're having a good day. Oh dear. Oh. I will finish this in a minute. I'm just not very good at drinking things very fast. Like if I try to drink things fast, I just choke on them. So I have to go slow. But hey, we probably only have today and tomorrow left of streaming on this chair. I've had this chair streaming on it since we started, and I love this chair, but I realise you don't really see it in stream very much, but you can kind of see the top of it. This is a deck chair. And I've been streaming on this deck chair since April, since April. I've been streaming on this deck chair since April, and I know that there's a chair downstairs, which again, that I've seen it because my family have got me a chair for my birthday, and yeah. So only today and tomorrow will I continue streaming on a deck chair, and then yeah, no more deck chair streams. That'd be nice. I mean, I like this chair a lot, but I don't think it's done me wonders for my back. No, I think it might be time for another cup. Get another cup of tea or coffee. Yeah. I was just reading Josie's comment where the chat moved. I think Josie is talking about this. Oh, excuse me, was I not invited? Was there any welcome back? Oh dear. I have ADD, so I get not drinking fast. I forget about my coffee and I go, oh coffee, where did this get here? I never drink this warm. It never gets drunk warm. It's always pretty cold by the time I get here. Like, this has been sat here for nearly an hour and a half now. But that's okay. I'm used to it. I'm afraid to have a wedding coming up. Oh dear. Right. The plan was sewing machine and hood. Hood is here. This is how far we got with the hood. We actually made quite a bit of progress. But I need to put more of these on there to get higher. So I got mildly distracted for there. Oh dear, I was thinking the same. You mentioned guys, no, it's no problem. I was just like, you know what? First of all, I only recently learned how to share things on Instagram. I've had Instagram for like 2 years and it's taken me so long to learn how to share things. Genuinely, I have been trying for so long to learn how to share. I've watched YouTube tutorials. I've read Google walkthroughs on how to share things, and I just couldn't get the hang of it. I just couldn't get the hang of how to share things. And yeah, I learned maybe like a month ago how to share things on Instagram. And yeah, yesterday evening I wasn't very happy. Basically, I'll have like a small rant about what has upset me, but I don't want to go, you know, I'm not too super angry anymore. I'm just a bit disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Basically, again, this is probably going to sound silly to people, but keep in mind here that a lot of these people are people. So, in Wales, we are in a full lockdown. During this lockdown, there's been a few votes on the rules that happen in supermarkets. One of the votes on the rules was the necessary items rule, which is supermarkets are only allowed to sell necessary items. What that means is that they cannot sell things that aren't considered necessary, which means they can't sell clothing, they can't sell plants, they can't sell cards and gifts and gift wrap and stuff like that. Because from the government, which is what the government has told them, those aren't considered necessary items. And by expending staff to work and clean those items, it is taking staff away from what could be like basically cleaning and serving the rest of the store in what is a really difficult situation in Wales right now. And it will make this whole store overall less safe. So, what's happened is those areas are cordoned off in the supermarkets. You can't shop in them, and because they are not considered necessary items. So people have really grasped all of that, and there was a lot of jokes online like, oh, clothing is no longer considered a necessary item, so I'm gonna turn up to my local supermarket naked. Ha ha ha, very funny. Okay, fine. It's a joke that's been made online. However, there have been people in my area, in other areas in Wales as well, turning up to their local supermarkets naked or in their underwear and fighting members of staff. Like actually picking fights with members of staff because of the necessity, like the necessary items rule. And here's the thing, you might think it's stupid, and that's completely fair. But when you take it and you pick fights with members of staff who have absolutely they can't do anything about it. The managers can't do anything about it. No one in that shop could do anything about it because it's law. It's rules. It's like, well, you're just being awful. And also please consider that supermarket staff right now, since March in the UK, have been working exceptionally hard as key staff in the UK and doing a really, really difficult job, getting sick much more commonly, unfortunately passing away much more commonly in the UK. They've been doing a really difficult job and putting themselves in the line of fire and risk. And yet you come in and pick fights with them because of the law. They're doing a difficult job. They don't get as much protection as a lot of people in other jobs, and they do end up getting sick a lot more regularly. And unfortunately, you know, that does lead to them being in a very dangerous position commonly. And what it turned into after this rule, and we are in lockdown right now, is people going in naked, picking fights with them. And, you know, what this is going to lead to is people doing this more, because a couple of people have filmed themselves doing it as well. Filmed themselves going into the store, like, in their underwear, thinking themselves to be in a position of, like, I'm right doing this. And then posting it on social media to be like, ha, look what I'm doing. And then it's like, you're just going in and abusing members of staff who are doing their best in a really difficult role in the UK right now, when we're having a huge surge of cases and a lot of deaths, where they don't get a lot of protection anyway, and making their lives hell. Why? And if these jokes online are going to lead to people actually going to do it, that's a problem. So yeah, I saw all that, and here's the thing, a lot of my friends work in these supermarkets. Like, a lot of my, like, friends outside of streaming work in these supermarkets, and it's so upsetting to me to think that they've put themselves in this job to think that they are helping people, and then they go in and get, like, in some cases physically attacked by people who think that it's just fine because, oh, this is a stupid rule, so I get to physically attack members of staff. Like, what? Like, what? Yeah, so it's, yeah, that really upset me yesterday. Hence why I went online and I was like, you know what? I'm not happy. So I went on Instagram and I saw lots of people that were doing really lovely creative stuff, and I'm like, I'm just gonna share all of them. So Yania, hi, I hope you're having a good day. I'm sorry, you kind of came into a rant there. They bring their own mud. No, there was no mud. It was just basically people coming in and being like, you have to let me shop naked because clothing isn't a necessary item. That's terrible. It is, yeah. If people don't like the rule, they need to bring that to the government. Underpaid retail staff didn't make the rule. Exactly, they're not getting paid enough to deal with this. And they're doing a job at the moment that is really tough. Maybe just weird, yeah. Welcome to being retail staff. Coping unreasonable abuse from people who should know better is basically his job description. Some people just don't get the story, just don't control the pandemic. Exactly. Imagine common courtesy. Imagine. Like, you can be unhappy with it, absolutely. Like, you're well within your rights to think that this is stupid. You're absolutely within your rights to think, this is a stupid rule and I hate this. Fine. But going into a store and taking it out on people that have been working their ass off in hours that they often don't, extra shifts, you know, but being completely underpaid to do it, it's just not right. It's just completely wrong. It's a horrible thing to do. Also, Quirky, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. We're having a bit of a rant right now because some stuff's happening in Wales. It's not very nice. I hope you're doing well, though. As someone who worked in retail for 4 years, I know that struggle, yeah. I don't work in supermarkets specifically, but I mean, I have worked in retail for, well, I did have a bit of off time, but technically, like, I guess technically since I was 16. Yeah. Some people never get told no as a kid, it shows. Yeah, it does. Or they just think they're being funny. But if you think what is funny is being either physically or verbally abusive to someone in a store, and you think that that's comedy, especially in the middle of a pandemic, because you never know what someone else is going through. And when you can look at the figures and see that hundreds of people are dying a day, and you think that it's okay to go into a store and physically abuse someone, you don't know. You really don't know what's going on with that person. Like, take a second, see those numbers as people, take a step back. Because you honestly don't know how that person could have been affected by the last 6 months. You don't know what they're going through. And yes, you can be upset about that law, but taking it out on a member of retail who could be going through who knows what and is still doing their best to get it so that you can have food, like, amid panic buying and stock shortages, and they're still doing their best to get it so that you can have food to go home with. Maybe you're in the wrong if you're doing that. Honestly, it sounds mental. It is. And it is making the news to an extent, which is good. But it's also just being shared on social media as like, oh, look at these mad lads doing this thing. And it's like, really maybe not something to be advertising as a good thing, I don't think. I mean, call me like a prude or whatever, but I have to say, watching someone abuse a member of staff just doesn't make me laugh. All people that like to manage to achieve is stores either closing or banning them permanently. Yeah, you're just gonna get banned, and then what you're gonna do is go on social media and be like, oh, I got banned for not wearing clothing, but at the end of the day, it's not a necessary item, so isn't this wrong? And it's like, no, you got banned for indecent exposure. Oh. I always tell my kid, if you look around and you're the only one who's laughing, it's probably not funny. Yeah, it's just, yeah, and at the end of the day, yeah, abusing members of staff, it's just not comedy. I was physically attacked by an old lady because the store manager wouldn't order more squishies. I kid you not. Oh my god. You know what though? I completely believe it. Again, I know a lot of people will have been there, but I've worked in retail for so long. Like, yes, I've seen people like this. And it sucks. It sucks. But there are so many people who just, I think the majority of these people, they've never worked in retail, and so maybe they don't understand that it's you know, just yelling doesn't get you. Most of the time, people want to make sales. They do. And so if they're saying that they can't do something for you, it's not out of us just not wanting to sell you the thing. It's because we physically can't do it. It's not out of us being difficult. I can't imagine how doing something like that would even be fun for someone. It's sad, really. Yeah. I mean, unless, I just don't know. Get a good video out of it. I can understand why the people filmed it, because yeah, those videos have thousands of views. But I just can't. I saw them and I literally last night was so angry, and I'm not an angry person, but because my friends work in those environments, like I know people that work in those environments, and the idea that some people are going in, and like not just one or two, there's a fair few people going into these stores and just going in, not wearing clothing, abusing members of staff, whether it be physically or verbally. And that's the other thing, it is physically and verbally. They think that because of this law they have the right to go in and attack people? It's what? It's what? It just boggles the mind. And again, I don't work in a supermarket, but I know a lot of people that right now are working in supermarkets. It's the easiest job for a lot of people to get because they are constantly hiring. And, you know, you're doing a job that is helping a lot of people, and yet you are getting attacked to do it. It's just crazy in my mind. Not to make fun of a horrible situation, Chi-Chi, but I imagine the bent old lady hitting you on the head with a bag full of cans of cat food. Oh god. I worked in a Tesco next to a pub. The pure amount of drunk Karens was incredible. Oh, no. Hey guys and gals, how is everyone? Hi Jason, I hope you're doing alright. And I hope you're feeling a bit better. Big hearts for Jason. Also Mac, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Dark naked, I missed that part. So majority of the time the pictures on Facebook are them holding like vegetables or like meat or something like that over their bits, and then being like, well, these are necessary but clothes aren't. And then when they go into stores they'll have like boxers on or something like that, or like, so they're underwear, but they won't have anything else, which is still not acceptable to go into a supermarket in the UK. You have to have more clothing on than that. So online, naked but covered with vegetables. In stores, they've got boxes on or something. And a box of 2,000 fidget spinners in the basement, so I get not wanting to overstock on trends, but damn, was it hard for these people not to understand? Didn't have them. Oh, also Green Gren, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. I mean, I had my disagreements with retail in the past, but I never blame them for something out of their control. It's just a ridiculous policy, but I know you can't help it. I'm not mad at you specifically, I'm just mad at the situation. Yeah, like that's generally how I try to phrase it. Like there's been times I've had to return things that have broken very quickly. And, you know, I'll normally be like, I'm really sorry, this is broken and I've had it for 2 weeks and we'll have to go through the process. And they'll be like, you know, what's going on here? And I'm like, generally I'm just not very happy. And I know it's not your fault, but this broke really quickly, and it has like this, and I know there's not a warranty, but like also I expected it to last more than 2 weeks, for instance. And we'd go through it and I'd be like, again, I know it's not your fault, but is there anything we can do with this? And I just sort of talk to them like they're someone that is a person rather than how I would talk to a machine. Because, you know, it's never going to be a nice interaction when something's gone wrong, but there are ways you can make it not a horrible interaction for the person you're talking to. I didn't see a message, so slow, but yeah, thankfully she didn't hit me with the canned goods. Oh god. Terrifying. Feels so freaking ridiculous. Yeah. It is, in fact, freaking ridiculous. Yeah, this whole thing. That's why last night when I was on Instagram, I was just a bit like, first of all, because there are people on my Instagram, and I'm not here to shame or name or shame, but like, who were posting in like, basically not say that they were gonna go do it, but posting like, haha, this is really funny, to a lot of the memes about people doing it. And so, I didn't want to be specifically calling anyone out about it, but what I did want to do is just be like, it's not really okay. If it's one thing to do like a funny joke about it, but when it leads to people actually going to the stores and abusing members of staff, I just can't stand behind it, because at the end of the day they're doing a job. And also they're people. I was just, yeah, not happy. And then it was like, you know what? This is what cheers me up. Seeing everyone else make beautiful stuff. And I was fortunate, because last night, Instagram was like, we see you, friend. You are not in a good mood. Let us show you all of the creative beans. And I was like, thank you. This is what I needed. I needed the creative beans. And I just got to see lots and lots of stuff that people had been making. And it was lovely. And that was exactly what I needed. Just explaining that you feel it's unacceptable, but don't attack them personally about it. Yeah. And also, like, give them space. Don't, you know, because there are things you can do physically that can be really, really intimidating. And again, this is more from my perspective as someone who works in retail. But you could be, like, verbally quite calm. But if you get this close to me, and you're, like, just talking to me from this close, it can come across as quite aggressive, whether or not you intend it to be or not. So, give space. You know what you're doing most of the time if you're doing that, and I know what you're doing, and no. My partner smells like lemons because of the muffins. Raven, you sound like you're living the dream. I love baking smells. Baking smells in the house are always welcome. And I don't want the fake baking smells, I want the real deal. This cake looks like a lovely cuddly tarantula and I like it. It's big. Avocado, if I put this on, it big. It big cape. Big cape energy. Very large. Oh, Chloe's are actual people, not androids. My god! You liked it a lot more before you likened it to a tarantula. Wait, do you not like tarantula? Tarantula, I like tarantula because tarantula is one of the few things that I've held that feels like a toy. You hold it and it's like, it feels like it's got plastic on the inside because of the hooks and feet. So it feels like a toy because it feels like there's a plastic tarantula on the inside of the fluffy tarantula. It's really funny, I love it. I love tarantula. Tarantula is hilarious. Oh, so cute. Tarantula doesn't like me very much though because I'm cold. And Tarantula likes warm people. And I'm not very warm. Fake news. Oh no, physical intimidation is, yeah, absolute no-no. There are people that I think do it on purpose though. They're just like, we're gonna get this close to you, and I'm just here like, no. Some people have a hard time seeing things on the internet and equating it to being in the real world, so it's easy for them to laugh at it. These people need to be called out and shown, because yeah, it's like, I don't think that they're bad people, or by any means. It's just that they haven't been in that situation, I think, where someone is actually doing the thing, or having to work in retail where people actually treat you like that. And because they haven't been in that situation, they don't really think, oh, I think there's a lot of it right now. And I don't think that they're bad or horrible people or anything like that, which is why I wasn't going out to be like, oh, you, terrible, terrible, terrible. Because I don't think that they're terrible people. I think they just see something funny and they're like, haha, funny idea. But the issue is when it's actually happening and it's on the news and there are people getting attacked and they're not actually seeing that and being like, or but it's not anything to do with them as people. It's a bit of a like, ooh, yeah. They're like a cute plush. I love them too. Again, they're one of those things. A lot of warm, like, snakes as well. They don't hate me. They're not like biting me or anything like that. They just don't like me as much to sit on as they like other people because I'm very cold. So snakes don't really like me either. They'll get put on me and then they'll move straight back to someone else. They'll be like, not this one. Oh, there's paint all over my car because my cat dipped in paint. I hope the caravan is going well, but I'm sorry to the cat. I'm sorry. It's probably not funny, but it just sounds really cute. This guy in uniform, not evil. Yeah, it's just like, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, it's just a bit, ooh. Sure, I will admit that I've laughed and posted things that I was called out and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think of that, my bad. Yeah, I've done it too, for sure. I've 100% posted things and been like, someone's been like, oh, you know, I can see why, but that actually affects me and I don't find it really that funny. It's the same, like, again, this is kind of a different tangent, but I think the most common one that I will call people out on is when people will say, I have a hangover today, so I don't fancy going into work. I'm going to tell work that I have a migraine. And I'll be like, hold up! Stop right there. And it's such an ingrained thing to do. And like, well, if I tell work that I have a hangover, they won't let me go home. So I'll tell them that I have a migraine. But every time that you do that, you take resources away from people that have migraine. And it makes people that have migraine be less believed. So I've had to do that so many times, and I used to not do it. I used to just sit back and be like, I feel awkward about this, but I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm not gonna do it. But now I'm just there like, please use something else that isn't literally something that, you know, doesn't affect thousands of people. Because it's one of the things that I think I see the most. And a lot of people my age get hangovers. And they're like, headache, sickness, what's something that can get me off work for that migraine? But it literally takes away so much belief from people who do, and I'm in a good place with my migraines where I maybe only have a couple a week now, but when I was at my worst and I needed a lot of support, you kind of rely heavily on belief, and if there are a lot of people saying that they have migraines and they don't, in your workplace, in your school, with your friendship group, it really takes away that support system. And it's so vital. And yeah, for every like 5 people that say they have migraines, maybe 2 people do. It's pretty bad. That's not an actual statistic, that's just from what I've like seen in the people that I talk to. And as you know, I'm not trying to call out people that have migraines really infrequently, because there definitely are people that'll have like 1 migraine in their life and that'll be it. If you have a migraine, please do look after yourself, whether it be once a year or once a week. It's still gonna suck. But yeah, if you know that you don't have a migraine, maybe don't use it as an excuse. At least definitely not around me, because I'ma be here like, friend, oh, I'd be like, oh, bother. But yeah, there was definitely things where I've done, and I feel like even before, like, I don't think I ever used migraine, but I think I've probably said things before that similar in the same vein where it might have affected someone. I'm now really careful, because the last thing I'd want to do is take resources away from people that actually need it. How do you get donation to start your commission business? Maybe consider Kickstarter. I think that's quite often a good way, because then you can say what you want to create, but I've never done it, so I'm not sure myself. But I feel like Kickstarter's a way of doing it. Dude, yeah, as a migraine sufferer, I know it. Yeah, when someone's like, oh, I just don't feel like going and meeting up with my friends, I'll tell them I have a migraine. Or like, even, I've never seen it at school, but I know that it happens at school because, again, with family. But like, if somebody says, oh, I just don't want to go to that class, I'm going to say that I have a migraine. It's such an easy out for one day off, because you'll be often well enough to return the next day, if not 100%. But it's the worst one to use, because you physically take away resources, and what you're using as an excuse actually can be really disabling for a really large group of people. So your excuse is someone else's disability, and it's just morally not right. And I think unless you've met someone who actually has migraines or seen somebody suffer with a migraine, it might not hit home how debilitating they are. Which is why, again, I don't think it's necessarily something that's being done out of evil, or something that, you need to really aggressively tell someone off for, and that's not something that I'd ever do, but I'd just be like, hey, could you please use something else? And like, really, in like a giggly but like happy way, be like, hey, would you mind maybe using something else, because like, your girl needs those resources. And like, I've never had a bad response from the way that I've approached it. And I'm not going to come in and be like, how dare you, that's terrible, oh, honestly, what are you doing? Because that's never going to get a good response. But, and if anyone ever wants to ask questions about migraines, just being open and answering them so people know how bad it is, I think is a good thing about it. Understand how much worse a migraine is. Yeah, they legit, I think, because they think, oh yeah, nausea, headache, migraine, right? But you just, it's so much more. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Thorpe. We don't have links. It's a good place with my migraines. Only a couple per week. I still can't wrap my head around that. The one I have every few months is way more than I like. It's one, literally, if you ever have to have a migraine, even if it's once in your life, that will be more than you ever want. That's how bad they are. Once in your life is too many. I'm very oh yeah, sorry, it's the #1 crowdfunding platform. Go check it out. If you type it into Google, you should get it straight away, and it's a good one to look into. But I'd say have a little look into it and really decide whether it's going to suit what you're trying to crowdfund, because if it doesn't, there are other options. I'm very lucky to have generally considerate and lovely people around me, but the thing that bothers me is I see a lot of folks dismiss it as both being unhealthy and thin at the same time. You never know. And the idea that people, and this is the other thing, is the idea that people would only ever struggle with one thing, or the idea that an illness doesn't come along with a lot of side effects. Like, I don't know if you realize this, but like, random people that are saying these things, but I'm sorry, I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to the random people that are saying these things, but often you will take medications for these things, and they come along with a whole host of side effects as well. And it's so crazy, the amount of stuff that comes along with having a chronic illness, whether it's like with other chronic illnesses on top of it, or whether it's the medications, or the treatments as well. Like, there's a lot. If I'd gone to the next stage, I would have had to have 36, I think it is, injections into the thin lining on the outside of my brain of Botox to try and numb it. That's a pretty intense procedure. And that would have been the next stage of what I would have done with my migraines had the topiramate not worked. And that's not super uncommon for people with chronic migraines. That is the next progression. But, again, not something that people would necessarily know unless you were someone who suffered with chronic migraines, is this is what happens in the UK. You go through this, and then you have a load of needles put into your brain. Yeah. Same thing with OCD. Yeah, I think telling people straight up for me has been one of the easiest. I mean, in my case, it's been pretty difficult to hide. Like, you just don't get me without my migraines. It's not part of my personality, I wouldn't say, but also, if you're trying to make plans with me and you don't know that I have migraines, we're gonna have an issue. I get migraines 3 to 4 times a week. I'm really sorry to hear that, Space. Yeah, so before I found triptan that worked and a preventative that to an extent works, again, I still do have a couple a week, but it does work to a reasonable extent. I had, 4 or 5 a week, and I was definitely more on that side of things. I have fluff in my throat, I'm so sorry. Gonna have to stop talking for a sec while I swallow that. There's also someone on the outside. I guess, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you manage to find something that fixes to an extent soon to get them a little bit lower. I guess it'd be nice if I think there's more lyrics, I'm sorry. Do you know anything in a way other than giggly happily way? Yes, I can be pretty passionate. I could do passionate speaking, but I do stutter. But I can do passionate speaking. Yes. I stutter when I passionate speak, but I can do it. I just get a stutter. And when I have migraines, you can't speak to me. I won't speak back. I know, I forget which channels I hang in which links. Oh, that's okay. I don't know if the attitude is... I don't know if that's the attitude we want to hear. Oh, don't worry, I think If We're Stars is a song. My mum had Botox on a regular basis. Yeah, so it's the next stage is Botox, which that's a hard one to go through. For most people, you won't see too many results for the first couple weeks. If it works, you'll then start to see results, and the results can be wonderful. You can have a really, really good reaction to it. But it can be quite tough the first couple treatments, and the time between treatments is quite a while, if I remember correctly. It's a tough one to go through. But yeah, for a lot of people, it works really, really well. I struggle with CPSD, ADHD, OCD, major depressive dyslexia, and depressive dyslexia, and some other intellectual disabilities. So I get the struggle of being complex. Yeah, it's tricky because when there is more than one clear thing going on, it's a lot to handle. And it can be quite intimidating, I feel like, if you have to explain that much to someone else, because you can't just as well expect somebody to understand exactly what's going on. But telling someone the basics of, like, I'm not expecting someone to understand what my migraines are like exactly, because they're my migraines. They're mine. They're no one else's. That's what I go through. But if I can explain, like, hi, I have migraines this frequently, I could take medication that pretty much fixes it twice a week, but I still end up with having a couple migraines a week regardless of that. If we're making plans, I might end up having to cancel on the day, but we can make this easier for me by giving me that wiggle room so that I can cancel. Like, just being upfront and honest and being like, I know I'm flaky. Or, like, if we are not going too far from the house, because that way if I have a mild migraine, I might be able to talk to you in the house. If it's bad, it probably won't. But yeah. Jelly, I'm asleep now. Thank you for the jam and TED. Thank you, Winter. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. Chronic illnesses are just whack in general. Everyone who has them has them on different levels. I got primary immune deficiency, and even though it's pretty severe, I'm super lucky because the treatment kind of just works. And I know people with more mild that go through hell. Yeah, it is. I think that's the other thing, is like, you can tell someone and they could look up your symptoms, but they wouldn't necessarily be your symptoms. That's why I'll say, like, I have chronic migraines, but my symptoms are my symptoms. They're not going to be the same for anyone else. Like, for instance, being ill and having really severe nausea is quite common for migraines, but I wouldn't say that's a symptom that I particularly suffer with my migraines, and that kind of threw me off the fact that I had migraines in the first place, because I always associated that so commonly with migraines, whereas I get really intense dizziness and quite disorientated doing my migraines, to the extent when I'll do things which I don't consider make a lot of sense. And that is part of the reason why, if I've taken any of my medication, or if I'm recovering, I won't use a sewing machine, I won't use a glue gun, I won't use a heat gun, I won't use anything where I'm considered would possibly do me any damage, because I just don't know if I'm still slightly disorientated, and I don't trust myself, because I have hurt myself in the past just by being mildly disorientated from recovering from a migraine. And there's really no way for me to know that until I've completely recovered. And with the amount of migraines that I've had, you're kind of often always either recovering from a migraine or not. And again, these aren't always common symptoms, but these are my symptoms. When mum and girlfriend both suffer with migraine, it's the worst seeing them happy bubbly person reduced to an empty shell. Empty shell is probably the best way of putting it. I'm never going to stream when I'm having a full migraine, because it's not something that I ever want to show. Not because I'm, like, embarrassed about it, but I just don't think that's a good side of it. To be like, I want to show more that, like, regardless of the fact that I have migraines so frequently, I can still make costumes, still do all this. It doesn't really make an effect on my personality or the stuff that I can do. You know, I've made adjustments. I've made healthy adjustments. But it hasn't really affected me in a negative way. I think showing that would show another side of it where it really does affect me in a negative way, and I don't think that's something that I want to do. Yeah, Bo, hi, how you doing? Am I telling people my tone because they don't understand? It makes me function so weird. It's like, oh, I want to tell you, but they say I do, and I only say a few things, and they're depressed, and I feel bad. It's difficult because they want, you know, people. I want to be sympathetic, but you can't empathize. You can only be sympathetic, and it's a weird place to be in. It's probably that you've got good friends, right? But it's just difficult to know exactly where you stand. Because they probably feel like they want to help, but you can only really be sympathetic. And if that's not what you need, it's not what you need. Oh dear. An accidental positive of lockdowns and COVID this year. I think everyone is more okay with talking about mental health. Yeah, I think any time where people are more okay with talking about mental health is a good time, because yeah, if it makes one person feel more confident in talking about their struggle, that's a good. Yeah, you don't need to feel. Thank you. Like, it's okay. I'm okay with talking about it now because I'm okay. Also, Bo, have a nice day. Goodbye. Goodbye, Bo. Thank you for popping by and enjoy the rest of your day. Also, Sean, hello. Hello. I hope you're having a good day. I know the feeling, Helican. I want to stream, but coughing really bad, so how fun would that be? And I don't have a mute button on my earphones either, it's a bummer. I think there's been several times I've coughed directly at the mic, and I'm so sorry. But yeah, I feel that, like, whenever I do cough on stream, I feel really guilty. It's like, oh no, here we go again. And I know it's only going to get worse, but I'm too deep now. I'm too deep into the cough life. Also, I hope your cough gets better soon, Minimal. Please, Minimal lungs feel better. Oh, I'd never stream with a migraine because that would require standing out of bed and opening my eyes. Yeah, I think the thing that would scare me about streaming with a migraine is I always describe it as there's me, which is like this, and then there's migraine me, which, first of all, I can't really speak. I don't really have great perception, so typing and stuff like that is quite difficult. And I'll often give up if I don't get something right the first time. So I just don't have the motivation to do anything more than once. So if I don't get it right, I won't do it again. And that's been quite... I can't really do too much either. I won't have really probably eaten before the stream, which is not great. I get very, very sleepy very suddenly. So there's a fair chance that I'd fall asleep on stream, regardless of whether I meant to. And when I wake up, I don't always know what's going on. So, I mean, I might pick it up reasonably fast, but there'd be a fair time where I'd be like, what is happening? And I just don't think that that's a good thing to be showing. I mean, as much I can talk about it and do that, but I think there is really no need for me to show that. It puts me in a really unsafe position, I think. And no. I tell you what happens, but generally, when I'm that bad, I do need help to look after myself, because I won't feed myself. I won't necessarily look to... If my water runs out, I'm just like, well, guess that's it then. I don't have a friend. Oh, Space. Well, we're pretty good friendly environment here. Should you ever feel like chatting about stuff? Mainly we talk about sewing though. But you're welcome. You're welcome to chat. Oh, and anime and games. Although, I feel like I'm about to go on a proper Genshin Impact. So everyone might get dragged along to that, and I'm so sorry if that is what's going to happen, because I just feel it in my bones that that's going to be my new obsession. And then everyone gets dragged along into my new obsession, which I think is going to be that. It's a weird friendship sort of system, I suppose, because like, I like chatting with everyone, but then most of the time the conversation is driven by what I want to talk about. And it might be Genshin. Oh dear. I'm looking back at messages and I don't remember sending. Oh no! Jason! Jason! That's no good. That's no good. Also, Cognitive, hi! How are you doing? How be ye? I hope you're having a good day. Had problem under property with car. What does that mean? There is some deciphering there that must be done, Jason. God, yes. Oh, and bra fitting, yes. And cheese! I just, you know, I have some passions. I have some passions. Waifus. Yeah! I was in Butt Justice's stream yesterday because no, was it yesterday? Or was it no, it might have been Saturday. It might have been Saturday because Butt Justice was playing Genshin Impact and it's a name. Yeah, they were talking about, they were like, oh, so you really like husbandos, is that it? And I was just there like, I'm here for the waifus. I don't know what to tell you. I like the waifus. Because they're so cute. I just want the waifus. It's snowing here north of Chicago. Another person with snow. Words are weird. Words are weird. Husbandos and waifus. I mean, again, I got so many. Like, show you all the ones up there too. Look at them all. And they're downstairs as well, but you know, tons of snow. Oh, I'm so jealous of all of your snow. I've only got this space to film now. Also, how are you doing? Yeah, you've cooled down a hell of a lot. Thank you. You can move onto the floor. I've designed a space for you to live. Hello downstairs neighbour. I genuinely enjoy the gameplay in Genshin Impact, but the fact that there's populated by waifu characters with good voice acting and really cool character design is gravy. Mr. Thorpe, do you play what language do you play with the voice acting in? I'm curious because I've heard mixed in people saying you should play with one or play the other. Ah yes, the waifu figurines against your duck egg blue walls. They're not duck egg. They are like a strong sky blue. They are not duck egg. Oh, everyone take shelter. I'm sorry. I get passionate about this. They are not duck egg. I'm not a bomb. I'm not a bomb. Duck egg is not love. Duck egg is a stupid color. My God. Right. It's just ridiculous. It looks slightly more grey to us. It's just the lighting. I'm gonna take a picture of the colour of that wall. It's like the same colour as Whale Shark. It's like the same colour as Whale Shark. Whale Shark is definitely not a duck egg. No. Nobody dare say that about Whale Shark because Whale Shark is the cutest. Duck egg is not a really duck egg is a danger word. Not have duck egg in this stream. Not unless you want danger. Oh, do not bring that colour in here. Keep that away from here. Oh dear. Heaven and earth, the beast. Oh, I just hate it. It's so stupid. Love the pink, white, black, and duck egg. What do you mean? It's grey. There's grey. Look at it. Look at it. It's grey. It's grey. It's grey. It's grey. We actually switched the voice acting back from English to Japanese to Chinese and back depending on my mood. I think different characters sound better in different languages. Like Paimon is better in English. Fishkul is in Chinese. Venti is best in Japanese, etc. So, okay, so you switch it up. Okay, because I know a lot of people switched it to like English subbed and then they played it in Japanese. But like, I'm not sure that I hate the English voice acting, so I'm just a bit like, ah. I know, I'm just pulling your leg. Okay, good. Okay, good. It is great. Oh, dear. Honestly. Honestly. You don't need to restart the game to change the voice language or anything. It's just a really fast menu option. Oh, okay. That's actually really nice. That's really nice that it's just a really fast menu option. Huh. I like that. I like that. Yeah. This hood is getting... Look at that. Look at that. Peek. Peek. All these black fur tufts must have taken ages. Yeah. A little bit. But it's gonna be thick, it's gonna be big, wide, heavy. All of the adjectives that I wanted in my hood. So, you know what? It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Oh, so nice. It looks cozy. Thank you, Mac. It is, in fact, very warm. A side effect of having this many tufts is that it turns out to be super hot. Super hot, but that's okay. What character are you making? Pumpkaboo! So, we are making Pumpkaboo with a really fluffy wig. Not wig. Hood. This is, in fact, not a wig. Hood. We are going to style these tufts, though, so that they are a little bit more spiky. It's okay. Ah, come on. There we go. It's been a few streams, yeah. It has been a few streams. But you know what? And quite a bit of behind the scenes work for this one in particular. But that's okay. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. I feel so bad that I missed so many in a row. No, don't be. It's okay. Yeah, if I... It's gonna look like I have a bald spot on the middle of my head. But if I put it on, you shall see. Because we only have a little bit left at the top. Oh, a horn! We could do a horn, but I won't be able to hear it. Do you want me to wait until I've got my headphones back on? Or would you like me to do it now? Up to you, clapping. Oh wait, where's the top? There it is. Oh, yo. Oh, the hood is there. I can't find the base of the hood. The hood base is here, and the other hood base is tucked in, which is very annoying. It's like here somewhere. There it is. If I take this and this. Oh. There we go. Very now. Well, up to you, Floop. I'll wait till my headphones are back on so that I can also get deafened. Otherwise it seems unfair if I only deafen you. And then... Okay, where is it? Top bit there? There we go. That's the hood. It's big. Yes. We still need to do the top bit, which is why the top bit is like flat. But that will be the hood. It's pretty big. Yes. And it goes like, I don't know if you can see it at the back. It goes like all the way back too. Oh dear. Love. I know we're locked up. You seriously need a haircut? No! My floofy hood. I mean, this is only half of it as well, because we still have the capelet that this attaches to, that goes over my shoulders. I'm gonna have a lamb tuck and a hot dog. Oh, lovely. That sounds pretty good. It is very big though. It do be big. It do be big. Right. Oh. 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 Hair. Hair. There we go. Let's do the horn. Okay. Eh. Bleh. Gonna be a lot of that. A lot of bleh. Yeah. That's what we done. We done the hood. It's big. Now we need to put layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers. So now we're just sewing on this layer that we just pinned. I mean, I could have actually done that before putting it on my head. So I kind of just risked putting pins into my head, huh? But that's okay. I live life on the edge. As far as seamstressing goes. The rest of my life, not so much. Get through. Push through, push through. This bit is very difficult to sew because of the amount of fur. It just wants to attach to my foot of the machine, and it doesn't. What if I cut it out? This piece. Yes. And of course, I still want to hit all the pieces that I need to hit. Push, push, push. There we go. I think that I am sewing plenty of it in though. Yes. Oh no, the bobbin! Wait! Oh, the bobbin only sewed on the first floof. The ultimate betrayal. It did one floof and then it didn't sew the rest of it. That's a big betrayal, that is. I will not stab myself, do not worry, but I will have to sew all of that again because this little one betrayed me. Oh, Delphi, thank you for the follow. Hi! We've just been betrayed by the bobbin. And now the thread won't thread through the bobbin. Honestly, you betray me and then you don't even follow simple instructions. How could you? There we go. Bobbin 1. No, Bobbin is at like Bobbin 15 or 16 at this point because Bobbin has betrayed me so many times recently. There we go. Oh my god, no, the Bobbin. I know. I hate. He's been so rude recently. Because normally I feel like at least if I get betrayed by the bobbin, it's near the end and like I just have to go back and do a little bit. It betrayed me after like 3 stitches. I think it's because it's black thread. Black thread and white thread I often don't notice when they run out. That's on me, that's on me. It's awful. Oh, thank you. It is awful. The bobbin running out, you'd think because it's a top, so my one is a top loading bobbin, so it should be nice and easy to see. No. I still don't spot it. I still don't spot it. Not at all. Whee! Right, let's re-thread this one. Hopefully that should re-thread quickly because it knows that I'm angry at it. And if that's not motivation, then I don't know what is. Oh. There we go. Back in there. Through there. Pick up the bottom. Thank you. Right, we're gonna do all that again. That was like a life lesson. Check your bobbins. Check your bobbins. Otherwise you don't know. You might lose them. Right. Get back in there. Or they'll just betray you and run out on you. yourself. Right. Right. You're meant to go after the first one. Okay. Right. I'm struggling to understand here a little bit. Okay. You know, it's fine, whatever. I think this one's pin might have come out, which means there is a pin somewhere, but you know what? I'm not gonna blame the pin for that. I'm gonna just stay blaming the bobbin. It is in fact the bobbin's fault that all of this has happened, so I'm gonna continue blaming the bobbin. Right. This is a bit that's really tough. Because there's so much fabric under this piece of the machine, it gets really difficult to maneuver it in a nice way. It just becomes that it wants to suck in a lot of extra fabric. And that's where I had to cut it out last time. I think it's possible, but I'm gonna have to do it again. Just with fluff, it be difficult like this. It's okay, because as long as we actually hit the pieces we need to, we can keep going. With the knowledge that we have in fact sewn what needs to be sewn. Right, this should be us coming out the other side now of that really tricky turn. And then... Oh, see it trying to catch again. I see you. Stop it! Yeah, now you gotta pull that out. Okay. And there we are. Okay, do a little zigzag at the end. Where's my thread? How much of that stitched? Well, the bobbin's there. Where's the top stitch? Oh, I have feelings. I have feelings and they are mainly negative about what this is. Where is it? Alright now. Alright now. Okay. One of them is here. God damn it, god damn it. Samir, hi, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, thank you. And thank you so much, Samir, for shouting out as well. It's very sweet of you. I am having an issue where... Well, first of all, I don't even know what to call this issue. First of all, I've lost the top of my fabric, actually. First and foremost. This is the top of my fabric, right. Okay. Oh, right. It didn't do it. It didn't stitch it again. And it knocked one of them out. What in the heck? Right. And why have you gone and done that? Top stitch, we haven't had any issues. We haven't had any issues. Moments before no thread left. Yeah. Oh my god. The worst is when you're trying to sew something super tricky and it betrays you. It is. And I feel betrayed again. Because this time, the bobbin was there. I shouldn't have had any issues. And it's betrayed me twice in a row. Like, excuse me? Also, it's long distance threading. Heck yeah. Oh no, I unthreaded it. Good job. Good job, me. There we go. Long distance threading. What? Why are you like this? I'm just a bit like... What I missed? I bet that was like awesome. You missed losing bobbin chicken. I missed bobbin chicken. But now I've lost top chicken. Where I sewed. But no sewing came out. Right, where'd it sew to? Oh, not very far, huh? Like here? I've sewn 3 of them on. Okay, well let's take the first 3 pins out because they're just gonna be dangerous. They're just gonna be dangerous. Yeah, bobbin chicken is when you take chances about whether or not you have enough thread left. That sounds about the right. Yeah. I did in fact lose. Although I don't even take chances, I just don't realise. Okay, let's... Right. I'm watching you. I'm watching you very closely. Now, are you gonna... Whatever you did last time... Oh, you know what I probably did? When I was cutting the excess out the way, I bet I cut the main thread. It's probably my fault, isn't it? That probably makes the most sense to me, because I didn't hear anything snap. Oh, this is a song that makes it sound like it's saying my name. Amelia. 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 Yeah, that's the song. I can't unhear it. But in like a really distorted voice. As soon as this song comes on, I'm like, what? Can I help you, song? Can I help you? Do you need assistance? Okay. Wait! Oh, Ali Latte! Thank you for the raid! Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. I'm so sorry. I shall shout you out in just a second. I am kind of wrestling right now, but I hope you had a lovely, lovely stream. I'm so sorry. Wait, there we go. Okay. Oh dear. Latte. Wait, latte. There we go. Oh, we've been caffeinated. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Hope you've had a lovely stream. What were you doing? Oh wait, were you playing Alien Isolation? Oh, what the heck? That's a spooky game. What you doing? Oh dear. To anyone who doesn't know, Ali Latte is an absolutely sweet bean. Sweet bean. He deserves all the love in the world. Oh dear. You've been pumpkin spice caffeinated. Oh my god. A fancy caffeination. We have been struggling, to be fair, so caffeination is much appreciated. Thank you very much. I've been betrayed by the bobbin. I then got betrayed by me. I'm pretty sure I cut the thread. So I think that was probably me. I should probably, yeah, I'll take the blame for that one. But we got there. We've attached that layer. That was really tough. My god. I think there's still a pin in here also. Yeah, there is. There's something sharp here. There it is. we got this one attached. So there's only this small section at the top now that is fluff free. Anyone who caffeinates me is already in my good books. Yeah. Good. Right. We just now need to fill this top bit up. It's going to be done like this. So we're just going to do straight across ones for the top bit. Because, yeah. A little bit easier. Because otherwise we're going to get to this bit and it's going to be like, ah. Oh dear, how is it going? Are you enjoying Alien Isolation? Are you having fun? Are you having the best time playing Alien Isolation? Yes. Good times. To be fair, it's a good game. It's just terrifying. I hope that you're having some fun playing it. If you do need to rush off, of course, because it is straight after a stream, please feel free to dash. I will not bother you too long. I only just got our first pop of you in the Xenomorph. Oh, okay, so you're very, very early. But to be fair, it keeps that tension, even from the very, very early. I feel like as soon as you enter the ship there, it keeps that tension. That tension a rolling. Oh dear. The posh accent. I can do the posh accent I can do. I can't do very much with my voice, but I can do the posh. Yeah. Get out! Next one. Heck yeah. Those two. Cover the bald patch. You know what? I think we actually have enough floofs. I don't think that we did, but I think we do. Huh. Yeah. That is in fact enough floofs. Who would have thought? Not me. Oh. Yeah, accents are not really my cup of tea. It's not something that I'm very good at. But I can do a posh one. Although I think that's more to do with like the region that I grew up in rather than anything else, just because it's kind of like if you just really amp up that accent, like a southern accent from the UK, from like England, it kind of just sounds like that. It's like, yeah, I want to sound posh, I suppose that's just what I have to do. Amp it up a bit. It's because she's a lady! Anyone seen much of Scorn coming to Xbox soon? Kind of reminds me of More Gross Alien. A More Gross Alien? I have not seen that. More Gross Alien. Do I want a More Gross Alien? I don't know. I don't know. If I can barely handle the alien as it is, I don't know if I can handle a more gross version of the alien, to be quite honest. But thank you for the offer. Little thick one in the middle. They're the last ones. Oh, this is thick. Okay. This is going to be a struggle to sew this to the other bit, but that's okay. Just go. Just go. Just keep going. Keep going, just keep going. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yep, they are all attached. Cool. Oh my god. Oh, okay, take the pins out of them. Where are the pins? Why is it so difficult to find the pins? There's a pin. The pin's so difficult to get out. Totally have tough work to look at right now. If you need to do your TAF work, you're more than welcome to go do your TAF work. It sounds important. Also, I have to attach this to this, which... No. It looks both cool and revolting in a captivating way. Just warning you in advance if you look it up. Thank you. Thank you for the warning. Appreciated. That's the bottom. And then this is the top. Okay, and then where's the bottom of the hood? The bottom of the hood is... this. This is the bottom of the hood, here. And this is the bottom of this here. Then I have to attach these two together. Okay. I could do that. not gonna want to, but I can do it physically, I'm sure. It's possible. The eye of the lady was the next line of me saying she's a lad. No, she's a lady. Lady. Use an advice, you can eat water by freezing it first. Whoa. Thank you, Feathers. Appreciate it. I could do that. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Struggles. Okay. There's a bit of extra fabric on both sides. That's okay. What I'll do is, if I do a little this, a little this, and put that in there. That's okay. And then on the other side, if I did it that way, so I'll do it on the other side. Yes. Yes. And then, okay. I think that works. Oh my god, it's so thick. Oh. Okay, no, I need a little bit more than that. Or maybe I should just pin it around and see how much fabric I have left. Yes. Better idea, better idea. Just pin it around. See how much fabric I have left. Easy breezy. Oh. Probably quite a lot. Yeah, it is quite a lot, but that's okay. Then what I'll do is, yes. That. And you'll never know. Haha! Sneaky! Mac, thank you. I would not say that this is talent. I say this is being like, oh shoot, at the end, and then trying to fix the problems. Then appreciate it. And then, oh my god. Oh. We got this. We now need to just stitch through all of this fabric. We can do this. Don't mind me disappearing behind all of this. It's okay. I'm still here. Just hiding behind the fabric. I'm still here. And then I want to go to a zigzag actually, because I just feel like a zigzag is more me right now. I'm a zigzag person at the moment, and that's what I feel like being. Okay, let's take that pin out. Oh, get in there. I believe in you. Go through. Machine, come back. Okay. I need more of you to get on the desk. Sorry. It's thick. Okay, that pin could come out. And then attach that bit to that bit. And then keep going. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Okay, keep that bit tucked under there, but keep... Yes, yes. Keep going around. You've got this. Next pin. Good job. And to the next pin. Nice job. And not too far next to the next pin. Just make sure that bit stays tucked under. Yes. Cool. And then there's only one pin left. And last bit. And do a little zigzag at the end. Whew. Whew. Oh my god. Thick. Thick. This needs styling. Oh my god. I'm so excited about it. Oh, thank you. You can do it. Yeah, but I hope your machine can handle that amount of fabric. It's very strong. It's a very strong machine. Regardless, it do be good, and I do like it. I want to save your industry sewing machine. One day. That would be cool. I'm eating fur again. Screw with me. Yeah. Right. This needs lining, but I've made the lining already, so I can actually sew the lining into this. Bleh. Oh my god. Where are the bits that go forward? Or back? These are the bits. So it needs so much styling. I need to find the top. Where's the top? If I find the top, I can work this out. The top is, I think, I'm gonna put a pin in the top because then I'll know where it is. Otherwise it's too difficult. Oh dear, I get lost. Right, pin these bits back because these are gonna floop forwards without styling. That's okay. Right, this is the top. We need to go in here. Okay, and then, where's the rest of this? I don't know. We are. There we go. Okay, I feel it going over my shoulders. That's promising. Somewhere around here there should be. Yeah, that feels good. Right. This is the bit that goes together. Oh. Right. Hello. Welcome to the hood. It's a very big hood. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a big old hood. It's got big cape on it as well. We've got a capelet. So this is like, oh god, it's tucked in at the back. There we go. So it's a capelet. So that's why it's so big. Because, yeah. It's got, well, it will have, because the lining has some bias in it so I can tie it under my neck. This bit doesn't have that. Yes. Hello. Oh dear. Wait, where are my goggles? Because it would probably look really good with the goggles. When you just have my eyes like this also. Oh dear, yeah. It's with the light really like this. Top. It's like it's very big. And it's at the back as well. Do you see how far behind me this is? Look at me behind. Taking furry cosplay to the next level. Yeah. Fluffy. Mouth mark attached, you can't see it. Ugh. Oh my god. Excuse me. There. It is toasty. It's very toasty. Jelly caveman. Hello. Here I am, the elusive jelly. Tiny and smiley. It's so warm. Oh, Skyrim or something. Yeah. It do kind of look like that. Once I have this bit in there to tie it properly, yeah, and also I need to put the wings, not the wings, the ears, not wings, the wings onto my hood, and the extra bits, because I do have, yeah, for instance, like, and also my ears, which do stick out quite far. So yeah, it will be like a little bit more characterish, that I'll have specifically stuff that looks a bit more Pumpkaboo-ish. Ah, dearie me. Yeah, for now it's just floof. Oh my god, yes. Oh, the original Monster Hunter, yes! It does kind of. I'm eating so much fluff. Elusive cave lady. Oh. Is it very warm? Yeah, it's really nice and toasty. Normally I'd be too warm, but because I'm wearing short sleeves today, it's like, yeah, it's just really nice. It's really floof. It wears all times of the year. It's just like rocking up to a high. Right, I should take it off so that I can add the lining. Really, that's what I should do. Sensible wise, I should probably add the lining. Also, hi. There's a piece of hair. Feel it. Doesn't know where it wants to go. Like, there's a center parting here. I need you to stay in your lane. Hair. See? See this? See this? What is this? This side? Where's it go? Where's it go? This side? This side? Chuck Zerka, thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. I'm trying to work out where my hair goes, but thank you. Right, let's just get this on both sides. Yep. Oh my god. Right. Oh my god. Ooh, there we go. Oh, Floof Yoda! Oh my god, with the ears and everything. I could see that. I could see that. Oh, Avan, hi! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Right, I need to actually get the thingy off the thingy so that I can get the lining. Oh, Jelly, stay in your lane. Yeah, because otherwise, yeah, my hair's just confused and all over the place. That's no good. Can't be having that. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Ali Latte. Enjoy your lurk. There we go. Right, this is the lining. Hi there. I hope you're having a good day. We've just made a monstrosity, but we need to line it. That's what we're doing. This is said monstrosity. Look at it. I don't know how I'm gonna line this. Oh. It's so big, and my lining's just here like not ready. Absolutely not ready to try and line it. It's got a shiny inside, by the way. It is a shiny inside on the hood. I have no idea. Right. We're gonna do this. By with the power of anime on my side, I will line this. But I don't know how. I think take this. Maybe we'll just like sew the hood. I might have to hand stitch the bottom because of where the fluff hangs. Oh, Jenpet, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Black fur. He's so fluffy. He's so fluffy. This is going to be the same sort of stitching as when I tried to stitch the two pieces together, I think. So it's going to be hellish, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm prepared now. I'm prepared for hell. Prepared for trouble. I'm okay if they make it double. It's fine. Time for a 2 AM snack. It is always snack time. If you are hungry, that makes it snack time. Snacks are always good. Oh, yesterday on stream, we were saying, I was saying that I was really fancying like a hot cup of tea with a stick of dairy milk. And then when the stream was over, I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I am not the kind of person who sits around and lets their dreams be dreams. So I went out and got myself. And I still have M&Ms as well, because I got M&Ms too. So now I have extra snacks. I did not only do the stick of chocolate in my tea, I also have chocolate M&Ms. Because I always forget how much I like M&Ms until I eat them, and then I'm like, wow, I really like them. Oh my god, fur! It's been good so far. I'm actually sewing something now as well, and I always love to watch other people sew at the same time. Oh, thank you! Good luck with your sewing too. I hope that it goes really well. Oh my god. Make it double. Absolutely. Also, Michael, oh, what is that? Unify. I don't know what that is, but Michael, hi. Greetings from Wales. We are handling a monstrosity right here, but it's okay. I love it. It's perfect. Where's... there is a bit that I need to be really careful with, actually. There's a bit here that I need to undo just a small amount of the stitching on, and then pin it back. That's okay, though, because I figured I'd come back to that later. Because I don't want to get it caught up in the stitching the lining to the rest of it sort of phase. And that is the bias that I am going to thread the ribbon that I tie around my neck into. Because I need to actually stitch that down, and that can't get stitched into the lining. So that bit needs to stay separate. So I'll just put a pin in that for now, but that's okay. There's just gonna be pins all over this thing. Pins all over the thing. Chocolate and tea. Yeah, it's like a cup of breakfast tea and just dipping a stick of chocolate in it. I don't know, I just really fancied it. Out of nowhere, I was like, I want this. This thing. And then I was like, I am an adult who can make their dreams come true. And this is my dream. So I did it. It was good. Really nice. I really enjoyed it. What about this means? Massive film level. Oh, like scene like cinema. Nice. Nice. Yes, yes. Good, good, good. How far am I along in the current cosplay? Actually, really far. So the shorts were the thing that was probably the most complicated because we made them like medieval style. Well, this cosplay is all over the place, but I'm having a good time with it. And this, it's not complicated what we've done here. It's just really time consuming. So I'd say we're actually pretty much done. Once this is done, I just want to make a couple of really quick wrist cuffs that match the shorts. And we're sewing a couple of buttons onto things, and that's about done. I was originally going to make braces for this, but I actually don't have enough fabric to make the braces, so I'm having to skip on that for now, and I might come back to it once lockdown's over. But yeah, for now I can't make the braces, unfortunately, because I don't have the fabric for it. Fabric shortage in the house. Ah! How's Wales doing? You guys still in lockdown? Melbourne sucks right now. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you manage to come out of this suck soon. I hope things get better over there for you soon, basically. Yeah, in Wales we're in a lockdown. We were in local lockdowns for like a month or so, and then last week we went into like a full lockdown because yeah, it's been pretty bad in the UK. Wales is the only part of the UK that is in a full lockdown. There are various reasons for that, but yeah. On a personal level, I'm fine. But like, yeah, Wales as a whole is not doing so good. Oh dear. Can't I order it online? Not the exact fabric, no. So most of the fabric shops near me don't have an online store. Unfortunately, so I can't order the exact fabric online. And it wouldn't match, and I kind of wanted it to match the shorts. Yeah, it's a shame. I would love to support a lot of the local businesses, but they just don't have online stores. So there's just no way for me to do it. And they just have to close down completely. Michael, thank you so much for the follow. I would give them a call, but because I can't go and collect it and they can't deliver, and they don't do postage or anything like that, it's collections only. So they do collections, but they don't do delivery. I can't go collect it because of where I live. So it's like, yeah. This happened in the first lockdown as well, unfortunately. In that I couldn't go to any of the local places. But as soon as the lockdown was lifted and I was able to go, that's the first place I went. And I got lots of nice stuff. But yeah, it just means that I have to live off the fabric hoard for a while. But this is a thing. I do have a fabric hoard. Also, if I'm coughing, it's a mixture of I've eaten a lot of fur and also I have a cough every day. For all my life. I was like, Guardian, hi! That's nice, looks like your work pays off. Yeah, it does. It gets there. I enjoy the stuff that I make. Shit, can't imagine that. Yeah, it's alright. I have a big fabric hoard, so for the most part, it's fine. It's fine. It encourages me to work with more unusual materials. it's not so bad. And yeah, the only thing I'm sad about is that I would have liked to have supported them during the lockdown just because I do love the stores. But that's the main thing that I'm sad about, rather than that I can't physically get hold of the materials. I'm more sad that I just can't support them during the lockdown because they are such wonderful stores. Right, that is pinned the whole way around. This is going to be a nightmare. But it's okay. It's my nightmare. And I'm gonna do it. Oh dear. Right. Let's go. Oh, we can do this. I'm ordering things now just because I need stuff because of lockdown. Yeah. I think if we stay in lockdown for a long time, there are a couple places I can order from. They're just not like the local places, so I'm holding off for a bit. Yeah. But we'll get there. Pip-Boy, hi! How you doing in Night Dust? I hope you're both having a lovely day. Welcome. You're back with the goods. Avocado, I hope you have good snacks. We're about to sew the whole way around this. So, I'm sending myself good vibes because this does be seeming like a bit of a nightmare. I also want a zigzag. Today's a zigzag day. I only want to do zigzag. I don't need to do zigzag, I just don't really fancy doing any other stitch. Some days you only want to do zigzag, and today is a day where I really only want to do zigzag. Is it the right stitch for the job? That's questionable. But I really only want to do zigzag. All I want to see appear on my work today is zigzag. You know what? It gets the job done. Oh, that's a difficult one. One of my pins. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I have to repin that though. Or I could hold it with my hand. I am the pin. I need to do a spin. The angle has changed. Right, make sure that you get both sides of the fabric and sew down there. And then yes. You got this. This is difficult, so you're sewing it. Good job. Right. Keep going. This bit's not quite so bad. It's the bit that's like between the joining of I don't know what to call it, the join of the bottom of the cape and the hood. That bit's really difficult to sew. This bit's not so bad. I don't mind this bit so much. There's a ridiculous amount of fabric under my left arm, but this bit genuinely is not so bad. Despite that. The fabric underneath really do be wanting to bunch though. I don't know why. There's not more of it. It's actually balanced out pretty well. It wants to bunch. It just really wants to. It's in the mood for bunches. I'm not in the mood for bunches, and I'm the seamstress here. You will listen to me. Right. There we go. We get over that bit at the top, and again, we have like this space here, which is just really quite nice to sew. It's not a nightmare. It just kind of goes quite easy. But then I know we're going to get to another bit in a second, which is going to be an absolute nightmare. I'm waiting for it, because it was horrible just a second ago. Okay. Come on, come on. Go around this bit. This bit, this bit, this bit. Okay, this bit. This is the bit that's horrible. It's not kind to me. Oh, we did it. Okay. We did it, and... Okay. Oh, that was smooth actually. That was smooth actually. I'm a little bit more confident about having done it on this side than I was on the other side. That makes me think that I want to go back and have another look at the other side though. And just check that I've actually done it well, because that side felt really good. That felt really good. Are you wanting to pursue crafting further? Maybe films or something? I don't know. Oh, there's a hole. I knew it. I don't know. It's a difficult question, I suppose, because I don't think so. The thing is, I think I'd struggle to fit into a workplace with the sort of, like a regular workplace with the sort of schedule that I kind of have to live on unless it was part-time. And I really don't have technically any qualification in sewing. On my CV, other than hobby, it really doesn't say that I can sew. So, which is kind of damning here. So I don't think that I would, really. I don't think that I would. Because, you know, even if I did decide that I'd going to a point where I was like, I could get it all on my CV and everything like that, I think it might take some of the joy out of it to have the freedom taken away of being able to make whatever I wanted whenever. Because I just love that so much. I just love making whatever I want all the time. Also. The inside, it's shiny on the inside, it's fluffy on the outside. Oh, see, now that gives me a certain amount of joy. We are going to be sewing a headband into the top of this. Just going to pin that back down for now. And just to make that really. Oh, that is nice. That is not. Look at that! Oh, and then fluffy on top. And we got that. So I put this in before. This is the bias tape on the inside that we stitched in, which is going to have a ribbon so I can like tie it around here, which is lovely, lovely stuff. And this all looks pretty good. It comes around nicely at the edges. The bias tape on both sides has not been stitched down, which is good. What I might look to do now then would be to, basically I'm going to turn up both edges, but rather than do it inside out, I'm going to do this whole bit and do it as a top stitch. The reason that I'm going to do it like that is because if I turned it inside out, I think there's a really good chance that I'm going to catch some of the fur in it. Just because there's so much fur hanging down at the bottom. The rest of the time I kind of had gravity on my side, whereas with this bit in particular, I just don't have gravity on my side for this particular part. So with that being the case, I'm going to work with what I have, which is not gravity. Got pizza, Mila, and Tim Tams. I am set. Nice, nice. Sounds good. Resumes get you far in Australia too, which sucks because you get to do a job. To get the job you need the qualifications, but to get the qualifications you need the job. Yeah, I feel that. Luna, hi, how you doing? I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind. We are just going to be doing a top stitch. And then here, rather than turning it inside out, just don't trust the fur. And not to stick its nose in and be like, hi, I'm here too. No, not today. We've done a good job getting this far, but yeah. We'll do one here. And also, I don't think you'll see this bit, so it's okay. Not that I'm planning to make the top stitch look incredibly messy or anything, it's just, you know, I've done a pretty good job keeping all of my stitching pretty invisible up to this point. Could do this with an iron, but I've chosen not to. I've chosen instead to do this really difficult. Really difficult, like. We also don't have as many creative film opportunities either. Aussie film industry sucks, but Melbourne is the best place over here for it. Also, Lena, we can do a horn. Prepare for horn. If you're gonna do it here, Melbourne is the best place for arts and creative industry. Fair enough. See, Cardiff is quite a good place in Wales if you're interested in film, because so much is filmed in Cardiff. From what I hear, I'm not someone who, again, is looking to go into film. But from what I hear, Cardiff is pretty good for film and television. Because there's a lot going on. Normally. Under normal circumstances. Where are you from? Melbourne. Get under there, get under there. There we go. That's how we do it. We just tuck it all in and put in about 1 million pins. And it's neat! There's not really any logic there, I suppose. But that is how I do it. I'm gonna have to choose what ribbon I want in here as well. Difficult decisions. Because part of me is like orange ribbon, but then I'm like, but Pumpkaboo is kind of all dark up top. So it wouldn't really be. I don't know. And I've got the orange wrist cuffs as well, so wouldn't black ribbon be better? But then I'm like, the black ribbon would blend in so much. I'm very torn on this. I really don't know what ribbon colour to go for. I've been thinking about this one. I mean, on the plus side, it's not a permanent thing. I could thread a ribbon in and then take it out again and just sort of decide what I want. The other thing though would be that if I put a really bold colour in and only bits of it shown through, it might look a bit messy because only bits of it show through. I just don't know. There we go. The first part of it pinned. The curves are going to be more difficult though, so hopefully this part shouldn't be so bad because it's the whole back piece, which has a much shallower curve on it. There is the other part. There it is. And family hasn't looked done. Mum said she wants to go to... I mean, if you're looking for a job in the creative industry in Australia, I'd rather be in Melbourne than anywhere else. Hoping you're celebrating in a bit with the lifts of lockdown. Ah. Hopefully. Hopefully there are some celebrations. Oh, right, let's get the centre. Centre seems about here. Oh dear. That's the most Melbourne thing I ever heard. Oh bless. Bless ya. Right, and then we turn over the other side. And it's probably not the best way of doing it, but like, this is how I feel like doing it. And then just pull them, be like, do they kind of match? Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. I took textiles class in high school and sucked. Can never do what you do. Well, here's the thing though, like, I didn't even take textiles classes. So there was a textiles course in my school, and I didn't get on it because there wasn't enough space, and they said that I couldn't go on the textiles course. So I took, I think, 3D art instead or something like that in high school, because we were an art school, so we had 3D art and fine art instead of just art. And yeah, so I didn't get to go on the textiles course. I really wanted to. I loved sewing, but they were like, nope, not enough space. And I was like, oh, okay. All the places she could pick. All parents like love to center. It's law. My pop is aching to go to the footy club again. Talk about Bogan. It's nice though. Who's laughing now? Textiles course. Oh, Sucre so high. Yeah, who's laughing now? I wanna me. Also, Blocker, hi. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, I just remember being just a bit like, oh, I didn't think that was an option. I didn't think they gave you options of things you wanted to take. I didn't think an option was course too busy, you can't take it. I was like, oh, because they were like making that course smaller or something, so only a few people could take textiles every year. Which just was such a shame. Such a shame, because like I really would have loved to have taken textiles. But then, in hindsight, I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because it seemed very like linear. Like there wasn't a lot of expression, and I don't know if I would have actually enjoyed it. Any other list of food places I'm looking forward to visit when things opening up? Yeah, it's a bit difficult for us to visit food places even when stuff does open up, but eventually I'm looking forward to visiting some food places. How's my family doing? They're all good. I don't live with my family, so they all live in England for the most part, so they're like not in lockdown. But you know, the whole of the UK isn't great, I suppose. So it's always odd when I speak to my family because they're always under different rules than I am. So it's like, oh, So we follow some rules and they follow different rules, and it's like, different rules. It's always interesting. Always interesting. Like chatting to everyone and being like, and also with the local lockdowns as well, you could all be on completely different rules. I'm good. How's Jelly? I'm glad to hear it, Blocker. I am doing very well, thank you. Blocker, we've made a monstrous creation, but it's kind of cool though. Who knows, if you did that course, you might not have ended on Twitch. Butterfly effect and stuff, yeah, for sure. Like, things would have definitely be dramatically different, and, like, maybe not in a good way, so, you know, good stuff. I think the thing with the textiles course at school was that it did seem that it was, again, very, very linear, which I don't think is necessarily good for creativity, personally. I think having that choice of, like, doing what you kind of want and making mistakes and then fixing them and learning from that, I think is a really good way of, you know, heightening your skills. Because if you don't work out what doesn't work and learn from it, you're not gonna get better at it, in my opinion. But the schools seem more like you learn this particular set of skills and that is what you'll leave the school with. And I'm sure a certain amount of it was due to what the exams wanted you to do. But again, from what I would have wanted to do as, I guess, what I like, it would have felt quite limiting. Oh dear. School's very structured, doesn't seem enjoyable at all too. My mate did film school just to get his hands on the equipment. Okay, that's fair enough. The stream is nice to watch and work while I'm also hand sewing. Oh, Apex! Thank you, that's very kind of you. The highest of compliments. Appreciate it. Oh dear, I hope you're having a lovely day. Gotta focus on work. It's lovely to meet you. Hopefully see you again soon. Take care. Everyone, yeah, take care, Chaka. Thank you so much for popping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope it goes well. Oh, which reminds me, sort of side topic, if any of y'all live close enough to Abbotsford for delivery, you should try out our sandwich shop. Oh, you know what? Sandwich shop recommendations for people that are local. Oh, I love a good sandwich shop, I do love a good sandwich shop. There's again, there are a couple of really good sandwich shops in Cardiff. I know there are not a lot of people that would be able to visit Cardiff easily, but in the future, if any of you visit Cardiff, you want to go to New York Deli. If you like a sandwich and you want a good deal, New York Deli is a small place in one of the arcades, but so I feel like a lot of people don't find it. But oh my god, they do good things with bread. Oh my god, it's good stuff, and it's at very affordable prices as well. Like you're not getting charged premium for what you get. It's good stuff, and I love it there. I love it there so much. There's also the Hut. It's literally just called the Hut. It's a little hut outside. It's not a market or anything. There's just a little hut outside. It's near the Argos, I think. And they do hot baguettes there, and they are so good. They're so cheap. They'll be under a £5 for the most part, and they are so good. They are full, packed to bursting with ingredients, but my god, are they good. I've seen a lot of people do creative courses and have rigid academic side that killed their passion for it, and they're going out. Yeah, it really sucks. I really hate that. Let's take Jelly on a Melbourne food experience. Oh, I love food. Jelly is so fat, she'll have to pay a second. It sounds great. I take it. You don't look like passport photo anymore. Guess you're stuck here. Oh no. I'd love to go to Wales. Mum and I were meant to England in May, but I don't think that'll happen now. Yeah, I get that like organising trips right now is definitely not an easy thing to do. If you ever need a sandwich recommendation for Cardiff, and you have to be in Cardiff, New York Deli is solid. They don't have a lot of seating space. They have some though, they do have some. I think that's the benefit of New York Deli is they have some seating space. But my god, the thing is, if you're going there and you're expecting like a small sandwich, be prepared because the prices are like that of a small sandwich, but then you get given like, you'll get some bread and then there'll be like a feast within the bread. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. It's so much stuff in the bread. Oh my god, it's so good. And yeah, the hut is just beautiful flavors. Beautiful flavors. My partner poked his head in when I heard they do good things with bread. They do good things with bread. I know there one particular friend with excellent taste who keeps his thumb on the food venue polls. Many excellent sandwich shops. Surprising nobody. They're all right around. Okay. So it's just that they're not very well found. Also, Ancient Craft, how are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. I am just gonna quickly stitch the bottom of this up with a top stitch. It's not gonna be, I don't normally like having an outside stitch unless it's like a decorative thing, which this is definitely not, but I need something to sew this together, and I think this is probably the best that I'm gonna do, and I will keep it flat at the end of the day. So it's not the worst thing in the world, it's just not my ideal, but there's just no other way I can think easily of getting this attached, so we're gonna do it like this. Because otherwise, if I'd have done it inside out and like, it wouldn't have worked with the amount of fur that is on this monstrosity. So I think this is probably the easiest we could do right now, but that's okay. You also won't see any of this, so I suppose it's probably fine. Just a little unusual for me. I don't normally do this. But that's okay. Oh, what are some stuff I need to get from New York Deli? I'm a massive eater. Right. Hoagies. They are, you literally, depending on your taste, you will like one of them. But the hoagies are probably one of the largest sandwiches. If you are in for a big meal, get a hoagie. And they're just huge. They're huge, but the quality of the stuff that they put in them, like the meats in them, are delicious. If you're someone who prefers more vegetarian stuff, it's just well-cooked stuff. And if you're looking for a bagel, which is generally a bit smaller, I really like the Lock, because it's just a cream cheese, salmon, like with some citrus in it bagel. It's really simple. But the amount, it's like they've got a whole tub of Philadelphia and a whole salmon in it. It's like, wow, there's a whole fish in this. There's no skimping. There's no skimping on your fish and your cheese. You get so much. I think that's what I really like. It's like, do you want a whole fish in your bagel? Yeah? Yeah. I love fish. Oh my god, big foodies in chat right now. Mate, you know, I love food. I just really like food, and if I can talk about food, I will. I will. Where have I gone? Here I am. I'm like, where am I going? Where is my stitch going? There it is. I lost myself for a second, but it's okay. I've refound myself. I think I might have lost a pin though, which gives me some small cause for concern, but that's okay. We'll find it again later, I'm sure. They always turn up. There we go. Oh no. Collingwood and Richmond are here in Melbourne are like foodie hipster central. Oh wait, really? Foodie hipster central, what does that mean? Is it just like small portions or something? I'm having a really lovely day. I'm excited to watch this cosplay coming to life. Oh, give me 2 seconds. Once this bit at the bottom is done, we're gonna start positioning the ears and the bit on the top. Which means I'll have to put it on again. Which means I can show you what this is. It intense. They're very intense. Although I will need to find my headband. Which I'm sure I put somewhere, but for the life of me, I'm not sure where it is. I think it's at the bottom of the bin next to me with the fabric. Which isn't ideal, but it's okay. I can find it there. Hoagie is really unappetizing sound for food though. It maybe doesn't sound appetizing to you, but I can't think of it as anything other than mouth-watering after seeing one of them. After seeing it with like salami and lettuce and like coleslaw. Oh, so good. So delicious, so delicious. I've been having avo on bagel each morning with my coffee at the moment. I'm living for it. I do love avocado. I do. I like avocado with stuff. I like guacamole a lot, to be honest. I like homemade guacamole with an extra avocado. Locks is actually one of the few words that has kept the same meaning for longest time or something like that. Oh, really? Y'all talking about New York Deli while I'm sitting in New York like, hi! New York Deli is, yeah, that's true. New York Deli in Cardiff. But they do be good though. I do recommend them, they do be good. It might not be in New York, but they do be good. It's always meant fish in Hebrew, so it's kept. Oh, okay. Same pronunciation, everything. Nice. You know what else is intense? Camping. Camping is in fact intense. God damn it. God damn it, Crescent. Why? Why? Why are you like this? Why do you do these things? I think what Mr. Fort meant is these places are really trendy suburbs with typically experimental. Oh, and tasty food. Oh, I see. I was like, oh, okay. I don't know why. I just automatically assumed like, oh, so like they do small portions. I'm not up for that. I'm not up for small portions of it. No, fair enough. So it's like new and trendy food. Ah. So like when you get like a rainbow, like a latte or something like that. Which actually, to be fair, looks kind of cool. I was trying to figure out how to explain that better. I just checked out New York Deli Furs and Cardiff and the hoagies look so good, so much filling. Can you get right when I say like they packed to the brim? They're like, oh, you want some meat? you want some bread with that meat? Oh, it's good. They're really, really good. They're so tasty. I think the prices is the other thing, is you don't pay anywhere near as much as you expect to pay. So they're very, very reasonably priced. Right, let me nip this on. There are a couple of pins in it, so I'm just gonna make sure they are face downwards because I don't want them to catch me. Actually, I can take them out now because I've gone through the pieces, so that's good. Where is this bit? This bit's the top. Oh. There we go, there we go. So this now has a lining on it, and if I grab this, I believe there should be a little tie bit right at the bottom. It's like here and here. Yeah, because the hood can of course come off. So this bit and this bit, I haven't got a ribbon in it right now. This bit and this bit would tie together. There we go, there we go. If I'm ever in Wales, yeah, dad jokes when I'm not even a dad. Oh no. Rainbow food is just 3 years ago. Oh no. Oh. There we go. That is, in fact, what we have made. Oh. Yes. I am, in fact, very washed out. Is there any way we can change this? Hello? Shade, shade. Can we fix this coloring? Come on, come on. There we go, there we go, there we go. We got it, we got it. Yes. Yes. So it's got a lining in it now, so it's also a little bit, like, you can see the shiny on the inside. Yes. And yeah, it goes down kind of far. It's pretty good, it's pretty good. What I do need to do though is, got like a tiny tuft here. I need to put the extra pieces on it. So yes, that's the next step. Which means I need to find the headband, which I think is in here. There's some stuff in here, but I don't know if it's gonna be on top or if it's gonna be right at the bottom. It's difficult because I definitely put it to one side, but I can't spot it, which means I've put it to one side and I've lost it. Which Not super uncommon, unless it's got mixed up in this stuff. It's also possible. Get mixed up in this stuff? Is that what happened? I don't think it happened. Quite solid. Ooh. Oh, that was cardboard. Something hit my leg and I was like, maybe that's it. It was in fact cardboard. It does make me wonder where I put it though. I had a headband. And I can't for the life of me think where I put it. Oh my god, I've really washed out again. I should probably take this off. Otherwise, this is not gonna fix. Where could I have put it? Not down here somewhere, is it? No. No, it is not. Difficult. I'm just wondering if I've left it somewhere. I have others. I do have others, and I can grab another one. But it's difficult because I hide them places. You want some bread with that meat? Dude, I can't even see the bread underneath, so much ham and cheese. Yeah, there is so much stuff in these things. They are so full. Like a fancy restaurant has this whole atmosphere and clientele that go to the attitude that the food place in Richmond do amazing food, but the venue might be a literal hole in the wall that does two kinds of things. Okay, couple of it, they do it really well. That's kind of cool. I do like that. I miss working in food around the northern suburbs. It was so fun. I remember that time when I made coffees and avocados. Aww. I'm about this Pokemon kitchen. Aww, I'm glad. Thank you. Right, I am gonna have to find a new one. Give me 2 seconds. There are some in a box. It's just the box is really high up. And that's kind of why I didn't want to grab it, because I know where it is. It's all the way up here, and it's really high up for me. Why do I put things this high up? Oh, there is logic there. What is the logic? Who knows? These are the ones. We want a dark one, right? Because if we have it too light, we're gonna see it. So let's grab What are colours here? Lot of colours. What is it? We have orange. Orange might work. Orange. Where is it? Yes. There we go. Nothing there for me to fall over, so there's really no reason for me to fall over there, but that's okay. Whatever. I guess I'll just fall over nothing. Cool. Cool. 1, 2, this is already more than 2 seconds. Nay! No. Right. I'm gonna put this on my head. Cute. And then put this back on. Work out where it does in fact need to go. Where does it need to be? Oh. Oh. Good. Good. Get me out. Oh dear. He doesn't wait in there, thought I'd say hi. Oh, Ashtray, thank you. Hi, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I am trying to position myself. It's tricky, huh? It's tricky. Oh dear. What's the tattoo on my right arm? If you do exclamation mark tattoo, it will tell you. I wobble, I wobble, I wobble. It's some classical music. But if you want to hear the song, that's the song. Because, yes. Yes. But then you can actually hear someone play it. Because I feel like that's the best way of knowing what it is hearing it. Oh dear. Oh, Ashtray, thank you for the follow. It's very, very kind of you. Too late. Having a very creative viewing day. Oh, thank you. Don't say hi, Ashtray. You'll never be able to leave anymore. Oh no. Wow. Wow. Oh, and Apex Alpaca, thank you for the follow too. That's very kind. Oh, it's a beautiful piece. Thank you. Yeah, it's lovely. It's really, really nice. Right, I need to put a pin into my head. I think about here is the correct place for this pin. Pin in head. Just like a little sideways pin, not going directly into my head or anything. But I think this is about where I want the center of it to get stitched through into the headband. This feels about right, because then this will stay here. Whatever I move to, it will stay like this. So I could be like, fight me, and it will stay like this. I think that's good. If I have it too much further forward, I think I'd run into issues. Oh, I say that as I drop the pin. Bother. Bother. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Because this is one of the backwards pieces, isn't it? Where are all of the backwards pieces? We have 1, 2. Maybe I do want it further back, huh? Maybe like here. Maybe like here would be better. But then I'd be really shadowed by this. It would be really far. That's my concern, is that if I have it too far back, it really shadows me. And I don't really, once it's sewn, I don't really have the choice of where it goes, because it will be sewn there for proper. I know, it might be too far back, huh? I don't know. Are you making this a hobby? Are you making this hobby-wise or for a con in the future? For hobby, I guess, just for fun. Just for funs. Oh, Blocker, thank you. That's very kind. I've lost the top of my head again. You wouldn't believe how easy it is to lose the top of your head, but it's so easy. I think this is the top of my head. And I think here. Right, let's just put a pin in here. And say this is the top of my head, and this is where I need to put the stitches through. And I'm gonna put a sideways pin in, right? Okay, and then we're gonna undo this. Also, Unpredictable, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Oh dear, you could sew a button onto the inside to mark the top so you don't have the issue. I think it'd be difficult from the angle that I'm at to sew a button in there. And I only need to do it for very, very briefly. The main issue that I'm having is working out where the... oh, I've lost it now. Oh dear. Where the backwards ones are. But I hope you're having a good day. That is a pin. But I don't think it's the pin. That being said, would we see it here? Probably not. Okay, let me put my headset on. And then I can get back to this. Also, I've just got this headband on now. Headband is staying for now. Let's find that pin. Let's find it. Where was it? It's somewhere in the top here. There'll be a pin. And it's just going to tell me how far back I need it. Oh, pin, where are you? I know you're in here. Oh, found it. It's here. Okay. So, it's a little off, but only a little bit off actually. So the center is actually here, and the pin was, oh, I've lost it again. Now there it is. So it would need to be about here. And that's good, because if I go down the center, there is in fact something fluffy right there, which is exactly what we wanted. I'm going to put a pin right through there, and a second pin going backwards, Okay, okay. We are good. We are good. We found the pin. I need to take the original one out now. Okay, take that one out of my head. Cool, cool. Good, good. As that, you've lost the top of my head. It's just gone. And then that is going to coincide with... Oh my god. This in the middle. And I can see that now. It's going to go here. Right in the middle, right there. Yeah. And that's what we're going to do. Yeah. And I'll be putting a couple stitches through, but then we'll also attach the tool piece through to here too. Oh, called the safety pin. I'm up early because I had some car... A safety pin would have been good actually, yeah. Had some car issues. I wanted to wander around trying to find someone to fix, so it's an okay day. Oh, I'm sorry about the car issues. Yeah, that sounds pretty awful to be honest. I'm sorry to hear that. Because I'm so not paying the next 4K recommended by the dealer because the nice man there gave me a referral to a local place that will do it for much less. That's good. All this fur makes me want you to have a giant light up pin so you can find them again. It's so difficult to find anything in the fur. Once it's in the fur, it's like it's gone. That's it. The end of finding anything is once it enters the fur, it's just gone. Right, let's thread a needle, which is covered in fur, as is everything. And then we're going to start attaching it to the headband. Now there was one thing that I did forget to do. I forgot to put a wire through the tool bit that we're going to be attaching. So we're going to have to see how that does. It might end up being really springy. But we'll see. I was going to add a wire for extra stability and I completely forgot. That's okay. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Not safety pins jelly. And if you lose them, they're safely enclosed. Yeah, that would have been a really good idea, to be quite honest. Right. Hopefully I should be able to. Yeah. Take part of this. And sew through that. And then take this. And what I'm doing is, okay. Oh, where's needle? Needle? Is that the needle? Oh my god, it... Okay, and then I'm just holding it on the other side as I thread it back through, because I really don't want to get a lot of extra stuff caught on it. So yes. And then just... Okay. Take it through there. Okay. It is not easy to stitch this. Just putting it out there. This is tricky to stitch, but that's okay. I knew that this was going to be difficult. And... well, you know, it is. But that's okay. I'm up for this. Actually, to be fair, compared to stitching the compared to stitching around the outside, this is actually not that bad. And it's a good chance for things to stitch down in the right area. They saved me. Oh, you can feel them for without stabbing yourself. I have saved from stabbing myself so many times that way. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. When you put it like that, that's pretty good, avocado, not gonna lie. Being saved from stabbing yourself? Yeah, I could get on board with that. Not gonna lie. Right, and then what I'm gonna do is go through and attach it to the front and the back. So I've gone the whole way through and I've gone through the fur too there. But I also just want to go through like the top 2 layers of fabric. That's like the most important. And just do it like this.
Look into my eyes and don't be shy. Feel the music.
And I'll have to do this at the back too. Okay. Just gonna tie that real quick. And just do a little. Go. And through to the back. Nice. Ooh, okay. And then just hold that there and do a few stitches. I'm trying not to do too much because I don't want it to be really solidly attached the whole way down, because then it would really weirdly shape the hood. I just want it to be kind of. I'll use them for tulle and bridal wear. I put on a wig this week with a pencil in it. Oh my god, big mistake. Oh no 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 no. It was too bad, but one of those things it could have gone much worse. Yeah, wigs. Yeah, because you can put them on quite vigorously. That's a no. Right, get that through the thick part. Go. And then just tie that off too. Hopefully that will do that. Okay. Right. Where are the pins on the top? Where are they? I know they're in here. One. Two. I am also going to stitch the ones that are meant to be going straight backwards. I'm going to do a little stitch in them to make sure they stay backwards. Oh, give us some more support. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Always, always, always appreciated. Fluffy lasso! It is in fact incredibly fluffy. Incredibly fluffy. So I'm going to put in these ones at the very front that go backwards. Although I will style them, I am going to start them with just a stitch. Because, yeah, otherwise I am not going to be able to style them the way that I want. They're going to flop forwards, basically, which is not ideal. Yeah. Where do I store all of these costumes? Where do you store all these costumes, by the way? I picture you with a closet full of costumes. That's exactly what I have. So the mirror there is a walk-in like closet. And yeah, that's where I store all of the costumes. Is in there. It's exactly that. I keep falling asleep, so I'll be back some other time with some tough questions. Oh, thank you, Michael. Yeah, take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, thank you. It was lovely chatting. Always happy to chat about foods. Oh, happy 3 AM sleep. Yeah, actually thinking about it, and also it's very, very late or early, depending on how you look at it. I think I might need to let some old costumes go, ones I won't wear again, running out of space. Yeah, we'll like recycle them for new parts, because then like a part of them will still like live on, won't it? In the new costumes. We'll always have a part of it. I'm just gonna do a little bit in this one too. The middle one actually has some stitches that help it stay because of what we just did. So it's mainly just these side ones now that need a little bit of extra love. Just gonna do that extra love now. So they stay. They should. Try and go into about the same place. So I create as little indent in them as possible. I mean, I'm always going to create a slight indent because at the end of the day it's fur, but I want a little indent, not a huge indent. Yeah. I'll make some newbie delighted by a free cheap costume. That is true. Okay, let's take the pin out of that. Right, let's try that. Hopefully This also hopefully will make putting this on in the center a hell of a lot easier. So if I put it on in front of me, right, and then just... Yes! That does make it easier, because now... Oh, except I can in fact push it off in front of my face, but that's okay. Because now it's just balanced on the head, although I still need to bring the bits over my shoulders, because otherwise it is not in the correct place. Oh. Hi! There we go. Okay, that makes my life a lot easier. We like this. This is good. Cool. Okay. This now just means that I can bop around without having to worry about it falling around. Okay, cool. So we got the bopping sorted. I don't think I could do that, as I wouldn't feel comfortable with someone inheriting my mistakes, but I could definitely repurpose materials in some areas. Yeah! So I haven't been wearing earrings since March because I usually just at home and oh my god, sorry. And I figured when I go out, they'd probably catch on mask ties. That's a good point actually, I hadn't thought of that. I guess they probably would catch on mask ties, huh? Especially like the longer ones. I put a pair in for the first time and yeah, they totally catch on every mask movement. Oh, I'm so sorry. To get my ears re-pierced at this rate. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't think of that, but yeah, they totally would get caught on everything, huh? Because I don't wear earrings outside of special occasions, but I've had my ears pierced since I was like 5, so it's not something that I have to worry about too much when it comes to putting a new earring in. But yeah, they would. I did the mask, earphones, and so effect the other day, and I had regrets. Oh, no. Where's the inside? Oh, there it is. Right. Sorry, losing where the inside of the mask is. Not mask. Headpiece. Right, this needs to go on top. To where I've stitched it. So I think this needs to go here. Oh, but it does need something in it, doesn't it? It's a bit floppy. But it's got like a little... It's a bit like... Bloop, bloop. You've had your ears pierced for 25 years and they still heal up? They still heal up? Oh my god, that's very unlucky. Normally, I feel like you would have them for a fair few years and then you don't have to worry about it so much anymore. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. You must have good ear healing genes. If your ears ever get injured, they must heal good. Right, let's use this wire as it was intended for making this flute stand up. Well, maybe not as it was like originally intended, but how I intend to use it for making this flute stand up. I got my ears pierced when I turned 16. I could legally go without my parents' permission. Unlucky. My parents were like, as long as you think about it, it's fine. No, it's not the worst. You'll live with it pierced ears. If it turns out you regret it, you can just not wear earrings. Deary me. I mean, I do have great skin. That could be it. Your skin's just like hyper healing. You have the healing skin. I'm just twisting this as well to make the wire a little thicker. Just want a slightly thicker wire. I'm wondering if there's any... Yeah, there is. I can probably... If I really try, I can probably fit it in the side. And that might help hold it up. Because I saw there was a slight weak edge and I'm like, I'm going to take advantage of that weak edge and just tear it apart. Basically. And then keep turning it. Oh, good elasticity maybe. Yeah. Superhuman regenerative powers. Or that. which would be pretty cool. What's a good dermatologist to science for this for us, and we need one. We need a good dermatologist to enter the chat and tell us why Unpredictable Artist is superhero with super healing skin properties, please. And so what I'm gonna do is put this wire in here. And the whole way around. And just have it go like that. And oh, I need to turn it a little bit longer. It needs to be just a little longer. That's okay. Just keep going. Twist in the wire. And then eventually it'll be long enough that I can fix this into it. Although it does mean that we need to switch this with the glue gun again. That's okay though. I might move this for a minute. Yeah. And keep twisting it. It's just to make the wire a bit stronger. The wire just needs to be stronger. It's just not strong enough as it is. It'd do an okay job, I think, if I left it, but I just want it a little bit stronger. Okay, let's see. I want this to go all the way around, ideally. I'm just gonna do this bit like this. So, if I go in from here, yes, okay. So, we're not quite long enough. Ah, annoying, we're so close, but we're not quite long enough still. I guess the twisting of the wire makes it shorter, huh? So, come on. This would have been easy if I'd done it originally, to be fair. But I forgot. There we go. That's long enough. Yeah, that looks good. And then what I'll do is, rather than putting it into there, I think I will... Ooh. It is heating up, isn't it? I'm going to try and put it directly into the gap and then put the wire into there, because I think if I do it the other way around, I'm going to struggle. And while I do imagine this to be a little bit difficult, I don't want to give myself extra challenges. Ideally, make it as easy for myself as possible. Yes. Also, I had to keep an eye on the time today because I have an extra session of D&D today, which is very exciting. I don't normally get to play D&D on Mondays, but apparently today I get to play D&D, which is very exciting. I am very much looking forward to it. So yeah, this is good. This is good. I'm very looking forward to it. Well, again, it's not D&D, it's an extra session of Vampire the Masquerade, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. So, keep an eye on the time. But I think I've got like another hour, so we got some time. But I might stop just a little bit before that so that I don't have to end stream and immediately be like, roleplay, because that'd be a bit much. And I'm not looking for that kind of stress in my life right now. Right, let's avoiding the fur. Start. Oh, that actually is not good glue. You're not good glue. Also, I shouldn't really be grabbing glue gun with just my hands. It's probably not good. Feeling vampire-y? Yeah. Apparently we have a cool session planned today. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I have no idea what's going to happen. But it's just a cool session. It's exciting. It's always exciting when it's like a little difference happening. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy all the normal sessions anyway, but like, it's like a little different happens. It's like, whoa, something different. Alright. Okay. And go over the top of it. And then take the pieces and just push it over the top. There you go. Seal the wire in. And another piece. And there. And then wish this over the top. Fortunately, there is quite a lot of extra here, so this is good. Not quite too difficult. Although there's a piece here which it's really not going to want to sink into. It's okay. Just keep it to this side, I suppose. I say tape, it's glue gun. But you get me. We stick you. I'm not very good at speaking. Oh my god, oh, that's bad. Okay. We will do this, and then stick that, but this... Yeah, none of that, none of that. That's just glue. That's glue and bad. Okay. Then what we want is for the wire to go into here. And for the glue to also go into there. Go. And then for it to close in there. Good. And then wire in here. There we go. Hold it. Hold it down. And close it up. And go down, wire in here, and just put some in there. This bit's really tricky actually. I really wish I'd remembered this the first time because this is kind of a nightmare honestly. But then, yeah, it's still easier than sewing the bits together, so just remember that it's easier than sewing the bits together and it'll be fine. And just separate the fur, put this bit across the middle. God, unfortunately I have to go to a lecture now, but have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Jay. Best of luck with the lecture. I hope that it goes well. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll just be here, trying to finish this capelet. So big tomorrow's stream. If you can't, don't worry about it. Obviously, if anyone can't make tomorrow's stream, please don't worry about it. It's going to be a much shorter stream. So I fully understand if people can't make it, because it is going to be so short. But I couldn't make it much longer just because I need to see my family and such. Yeah. Thank you anyway. Right. That has encased the wire. It's still kind of boingy. But hopefully it's a little less. I'll try to make it up. I am, let's say, a bit under the weather at the moment, so who knows? Oh, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well, Mr. Thorpe. I hope that you feel better soon. Again, please don't feel any pressure to make it. I know it's a much shorter stream. And for a lot of people in different time zones, it is going to be more difficult for you to make it. It's absolutely fine. I'm just going to be having a chill time, playing Animal Crossing, relaxing, and not taking anything too seriously. I don't know if this has helped, but we shall see. Oh, I should turn the glue gun off. No more glue, please. Animal Crossing and chill. Got it. Yeah, just relaxing, playing Animal Crossing. I mean, I think that's kind of all I ever really want. I was just thinking, like, what do I honestly want to do on my birthday? And I was like, I don't really have a lot of time. I think the thing that I want to do more than anything is just play Animal Crossing and relax. So that's what I'm doing. Playing Animal Crossing and relaxing. I'm a simple person. I don't I don't need a lot of stuff. I just relax and yeah, I'm happy. Playing Animal Crossing. And that makes me happy. Right, get that in here. Maybe I'll need to do a little snip through to get this through because I might need a little hole. Otherwise I don't know if this is going to go through. Ah! Happy almost birthday, thank you! Almost birthday. Yeah. Okay, I can see it, I can see it. And then if I do this, get through. Yes, okay, we are through. Oh, but it is a bit off. Okay, it's a bit off center, That's fine, that's fine. We need to go across about an inch to maybe like here. Do you want to try going through a different hole? Try this one, try this one. Might have more luck. Yes, that is better. And then I'm going to, I guess, try and put one across the top and one across the bottom. And then yeah, and then I am gonna sew it, but just for the wire. It do be attached, okay. Oh, but it's very loose. Okay, it's very loose. Okay, I need to tighten it. That's okay, that's okay. Oh snap, apparently Maynard James. Oh no! That's not good. Eating your tool. Yeah, that's not good. Sorry to hear that. Okay, there we go. We've pulled that the whole way through. But I don't know why it got stuck. It wouldn't go the whole way through, but now it has, so... I don't know if it's going to stay upright though. Not without a fair amount of stitching, I think. But I can bend it now into weird shapes, so there's that. Oh dear. Okay, let's just twist this around there. Get over there, get over there. Okay, there you go. Cool, okay, so that's attached. I then need to go in with a needle, I suppose? And sew that on? I mean, if that was sewn on, would it stay upright? I don't think so. Maybe if it was sewn to that, it would stay on? But I don't think so. Or maybe it would. No, I don't think so. I think it would still... It's gonna be really floppy. Oh no! Only he's better now with some lingering effects. So I was reading because a lot of his fans have been telling him COVID isn't real. He's wanted. Oh no. Yeah, that's fair. I think this is going to be a really floppy tuft at the top. That's okay. I love it still. Regardless of it being a floppy tuft. You'll love it. And then I need to do that and then go back down. Then, yep, that's the needle. Like something stabbing my hand, that's the needle. And go back up. We'll do that again. Try that again. Let's see if I get some extra support in here. I'm trying to go through the foam in it too, to get really thick into it, but I'm not sure if it's working. We're seeing, we're doing our best. I had a joke about boomerang, but I forgot it. Oh wait, it's coming back to me. Minimal! Minimal! Minimal is bad! Bad joke! Terrible, terrible joke. Honestly. Where'd you find these jokes? Careful, not that. I need some more black thread. You love my bad jokes. No! No, I don't! If I ever cosplay, which emote will I be? Oh, you're gonna be an emote? Ooh, ooh, a challenge. What time of year is it? Because if it's spring, do the first one. If autumn, second one. Winter, last one. Summer, third one. Yes, yes. Good rule of thumb, your costume is always going to be hotter than you plan it to be. Looks at pile of fur. Gonna be a toaster. Yes, you're not wrong. Your cosplay is always boiling hot. For who knows why, it's always boiling. And then bring that back down, same place. Making it really close. Ah, it's not so far. It's not so far. Okay. And then bring that through. And then another one. Like trying to do it the second time is so tricky. It was like hard enough the first time, but for some reason trying to do the same thing the second time. God, it doesn't want to do it. Like, please. Please just do it. There you go. Whew. Okay. I think that's through. I think that's through the bottom of that as well. And then I just need to take it back and... Okay, this floop is well attached at the very least. I know that much. It might not be the most straight up in the air floop, but it is a well attached floop. And that much I am reasonably sure. It's a well attached floop, if not a strong floop. Oh. And then I need to do the ears. Okay. Oh, I need to start the ears together actually. I'm only ever gonna be coffee. It can only be coffee. Ah, coffee is cute. Coffee is cute. Like, look at it. It's like... I think it needs... I don't know how to put the extra support in it so that it doesn't do that. Except maybe if I... Oh, would that stop it? I'll try it with a pin. I don't know if it would though. Nah, it's still gonna floop. What if, even if I really strengthen it? I don't think this will do it, but... Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, damn it. Okay, that would fix it. Well, I think I can fix the flute. I think I can fix it, but... It's a little bit of a annoying fix, but I think I can fix it. I'm gonna try it. Okay, let's see if that's done it. I think the wire with the extra support, and then just tie that up. Tight. If I take that pin out now... Oh god, where's it gone? There it is. It still flips backwards a bit. It's annoying. Oh no, it doesn't. Well, it do be delicate, but it also do be upright. I don't know if it's centered though. I don't know if it's centered. I'm not sure. I made a Sakura as a summer costume and went and made it out of the Luan fur. It's beautiful though. It's really beautiful. Okay, let's have a look. First of all, get the shouldery bits on. And then maybe if I do that, is it flopping? Or can I make it? Oh, wait, where's my... Where is it? There. So would it... I don't know. I don't know. Oh! 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 Wait. There it is. Huh. I don't... It's a bit... It's a bit... It definitely needs some styling, huh? I don't think I like it very much, you know. I think I like the wig, the hood more without it. Rope hanger for something. Yeah, the thing is, it's difficult to keep it upright on the head. Also, medium gauge wire. Yeah, it probably needs some help. It's a bit not... It stays there, but it's not really... I don't think I like it. And here's the issue. Also cognitive, hi! While... Coat hanger I could do, but getting anything that we don't have in the house right now is really difficult because we're in a lockdown. So medium gauge wire would be a really good idea if we weren't in a lockdown and I could physically get it. I'm just gonna rip that bit off because I think I'm going to remove it. I'm not really happy with how it looks, and I think I preferred it without. So I think I might just go without the twirl on top for now. Because as much as I've just spent a while putting it on there, if I don't like it, I'm not going to leave it there. Yeah. That's okay. I will do the ears though. The ears are going. Right. There we go. So just doing the stitching on either side. There we go, got it. I'm gonna put this back on. There we are. Jelly has been eaten by Floof. I have been eaten by floof. Yet again, eaten by the floof. Because I only have very, very thin wire right now, which I don't think is going to do it. It didn't do it this time, that's for sure. And I don't really have any more. And it's a bit difficult to get stuff in the house right now. And it will be for about 3 weeks, which is well after Halloween. But that's okay. Like with the braces, I can't do the braces right now because of lockdown, but doesn't mean I can't do it in the future. That's okay. Oh, there's a pin in it. Oh god. Oh my god. I did, so the wire that was in it already, so I do actually have a wire around it right now, but it is braided together. And it was still kind of thin, but that was all that I had. It was physically all that I had. But I didn't actually have any more than that. But I had enough to braid 2 pieces together, and that was it. No, honestly, I'm happy to do this and just wait. It doesn't upset me or anything. Like, at the moment, also I'm gonna have to check my phone in a minute. It's probably vibrated about 50 times during stream. I think it's a WhatsApp group that we're doing D&D in, but whatever it is, it requires some attention because it is going a bit mental. And it's probably just them being like, why isn't Jelly responding? Or like, I don't know, and I'm gonna be like, because I'm live. I'm not gonna check my phone normally when I'm live. It might not be them, it might be someone different, but someone is trying to get hold of me. I think. Oh dear. Right, that bit was just because one of them was stitched down before, and I want to re-stitch that bit down now that we don't have it stitched down anymore. Go. And now, there we go, it'll be stitched, because otherwise I can't do all that with styling alone. I would need some help. Yep. Yep. Cool. That is in fact a WhatsApp group. Cool. Right, I'm just gonna put that a bit further away from me because it's loud. Right, let's do the ears. I would like to put the ears on. What do I want the ears? Yeah. Because now I'm like, should I just style them into points or do I want the ears? Because if I was having the ears, I'd probably just put one. It is a more dramatic point. I could have them right near the front, to be fair. And that way they'd be pretty obvious. They'd be pretty obvious if I put them right near the front. Fair point, me. I don't want them too far back, because with the amount of fur, if I have them really far back, I'm just going to stay in this screen right now because I'm probably going to be trying it on and off in a minute. If I have them really far back, it's going to hide them. Well, let's put it on. No, actually, let's pin them on first because I think otherwise it's going to be really difficult to put them on. So if I look at this, I go like 1, 2, and then put the ear in. So I'm just going to try and measure it by the floops. So 2 floops and then ear next to the second floop. That seems like a reasonable distance, maybe. Just sort of try pinning that floop in there. I don't know how well that's going to go, but oh, that's a difficult pin. see. And then on the other side, oh, there it is. Oh, the shame. I got a ton of messages like that. I know it'd be an Ollie. The shame. No, but you won't have enough candy for Halloween. I'm not too worried. I missed a lot of stuff. The one that hurts me the most is the fact I missed Bee's birthday by 10 days and I feel bad. Bee is a good friend. Like, couldn't it be Punchy's birthday or Dom's? I don't think I've missed anyone's birthday yet. I didn't even realise they could have birthdays, and then I came in and they were like, birthday. And I was like, oh my god. I think because this is my first Animal Crossing game, I've just been like shook by every feature. It's like, oh my god, a feature? No way! But yeah, I was like, wow, pretty cool. I still have 2 villages that I don't particularly want, but that's okay. I'm getting there. They're not bad villagers by any means, it's just I have like a dream set of villagers that I want, and they're just not them. Oh, okay. I'm careful, they might not fall. Okay, let's see. Ow. See, now this is what I was worried about. What is happening? First we'll get that bit back. But I think it is... They don't really add... Like, I think they're in the right places. But do they add much? I don't know. Like, can you really see them? Like, with the rest of the... Oh my god, because they push bits forward into my face. I don't know that you can necessarily see them because they just kind of misshape the hood. Like, look what they do to it. Look what they do to it. They make it eat me. Like, yes, I have ears now, but also, ah! It makes this a nightmare. Yeah, I don't know that I'm overly keen on the ears. I don't think they're in a bad place. If I put them too far back, you just won't see them, but they change the shape of the hood at the front to a point where it's like... And they don't really add so much, I don't think. Just a bit on them. Who was my residents? There's some more than others. Fair enough, fair enough. Who doesn't want to get rid of their people in Animal Crossing? I want to get rid of my people because I feel like I can just shape it, right? Shape the fur that I already have. Like, I've got so much fur, I can shape this. I can shape this fur. Where's the other ear? Get off. I think I could just shape this fur, you know. Yeah, abandon ears. I just want one to wear regularly in winter. It is so soft. It is so soft. I don't know if I can take this one off. This ear is not budging. Yeah, I think. Ah, get off. Ear. Where's the pin? Oh no. No. Where'd it go? Ah. There it is. Oh, gotcha. I think I'm happy with that, you know. It does need a ribbon, but as far as all the pieces go, I think I'm happy with it. Yeah. Well. That means all I need to do is make wrist cuffs, which are pretty simple if I remember correctly, because I can't make the... So all I have is, I have some of this, but only this much. And I did have a small amount of the over bit. Really small. It was a small amount. Where is it? What happened to the other one? I thought I did. God. No, there it is. I thought I did. Yep. This. And so enough to make some wrist cuffs, but not really too much else. Oh, the jelly, she's straight up. But did you know it's officially cold here? People are saying they're getting really cold weather. It is getting colder here too, to be fair. So we are getting colder weather, which is nice. We had hail yesterday. That's cool. I like getting the hail. It was pretty sweet. I like a good bit of hail. Yeah, that was nice. I like some nice hail. Would you like to know how I know? Yes, because the cat will not leave my lap, and if I move, he follows me and gets back into the lap. Oh my god, that's such a nice way of. That's so sweet. Oh, snow and just above freezing this morning. Wow, that's really cold. See, now that's like the intense side of very, very, very cold. It's not quite so cold for me. Not quite so cold. Oh dear. Yeah, right. I guess we can head somebody else. That's okay. I think I know where I would like to head. And I will send you all there. It's somebody we've not raided for a little while. But I love them a lot because they are a sweet bean and they always have like a pretty chill environment just for like chill, chat, relax. So I'm gonna send you all there. Now we can go out again. I'm excited to get a quick Halloween costume. I just don't know what to do yet. You've still got some time. You've got time to put something together. So we're gonna be doing that. If you would like raid messages, there are your raid messages. Please grab one. Should you wish for a raid message. And I will meanwhile set up a raid for Bepop because Bepop is in fact the sweetest bean, really, really lovely. She's one of the first people that I met on Twitch and they've always been so lovely and so supportive and so kind. They do cosplay and body art, so they're very talented, very talented. Yeah, they just do chill, relaxed streams and I like that. So we're going to be raiding them, but yeah, thank you Zane, Avocado and everyone else for chatting and having a lovely, lovely, lovely time. And I'm really glad that we got that finished because that was so time consuming. We're basically done on the cosplay now. I don't even know if I'll necessarily do the wrist cuffs on stream because I don't expect them to take that long. So that might just be our cosplay done because everything else is done. And yeah, if that's it done, that's it done. And I look forward to showing you it. We're doing a Nuzlocke with this cosplay as well on Friday. So if you want to see that, that's on Friday. But the next stream for us is tomorrow and it's my birthday. My birthday is tomorrow and we're doing a birthday stream at 10 AM British times. But if you can't make it, that's absolutely fair because it is, I know, early for a lot of people. Or late. But otherwise, yeah, thank you everyone. And let's go send lots and lots of love towards Bepop. Birthday stream, woo! Yeah. Yeah, take care everyone. See you all soon. Bye bye.